Order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the South County Middle School Symphonic Orchestra under the direction of Rachel Myers. Singing the national anthem this evening is our outgoing school board member, Mr. Il-Young Moon, who has shared his talents on numerous occasions in the past. We are so grateful he is leading us on this special occasion.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets reclaim the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner wave all the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much, South County, and thank you, my dear friend, Mr. Moon. It was beautiful. A few other announcements before we begin tonight's meeting. Ms. Fairfax is absent this evening. She sends her regards. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is on the table by the auditorium entrance. Tonight's agenda is available by going to School Board on the FCPS homepage and selecting Board Docs under Upcoming School Board Meetings. The meeting is also being streamed live online. Select School Board from the full menu, then click on the Watch Live button on the School Board Meetings webpage. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. I now call on Ms. Boateng for an announcement.
National Mentoring Month highlights mentoring and the positive impact it can have on young lives. This month-long outreach campaign focuses national attention on the need for mentors, as well as how each of us, individuals, businesses, government agencies, schools, faith communities, and nonprofits can work together to increase the number of mentors and ensure brighter futures for our young people. Positive relationships between mentors and their mentees have been shown to encourage young people to stay in school, achieve personal growth, believe in themselves, and live up to their potential. National Mentoring Month marks its 19th anniversary in 2020, with the theme In Real Life focuses on the real-life benefits of mentoring for young people, as well as the life-changing stories shared by the mentors themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boateng. The next order of business is citizen participation. Tonight we have 10 citizens who have signed up to address the board. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as the capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student. Speakers are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. Please be mindful that there are often young children in attendance at these meetings or watching online, so language should be appropriate for all ages. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come to speak to us tonight. Our first speaker is Mr. Joshua Mitchell, followed by Benjamin Deaver. I'm sorry, is that Mr. Mitchell? Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, Mr. Deaver, please speak first, and then Mr. Mitchell will follow you.
Okay. A premier workforce should care about all students, not just some who are really smart. Some people don't want to include students like me in real classes. After my parents and I advocated the past year, McLean teachers and staff have hurt me badly in so many ways. I would sometimes forget to turn in my work, but it would be in my bundle. So the teachers give me zeros. I'm supposed to get less homework, but McLean fired more and more work. In 2 weeks, for one class, then I got in a quarter of a year for a curriculum class at Marshall. Also, instead of helping me finish homework at school like teachers at Marshall did, the teachers sent home files of classwork not completed and made me do this at home or get zeros when I needed help because I didn't understand an assignment in class. The teachers usually say, do your own work. The tests say they gave were impossible. I studied 3 times longer than I did for my tests at Marshall, but always get F's at McLean. I got good grades at Marshall with my accommodations. One teacher made me upset by calling me out in front of my class, saying my grade was bad, and asked me why I didn't study. I cried. I worked hard on a homework project. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Deaver. We really appreciate you being here tonight.
Thanks.
Joshua Mitchell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I would like to pick up where Benjamin left off. Benjamin Deaver is more than just a friend to me. He's a brother. His family has been a second family to me, and I've known him since we were 10 and 11 years old. To see him go from a child full of vigor and greatness, to see him go from that to somebody that is fearful to go to school because of the treatment that he'll receive, to see him go from being excited about his future to dreading waking up in the morning because he was scared to be embarrassed, to cry in front of his fellow students, is heartbreaking. And more than just heartbreaking, it is a failure of this school board and this school district to provide for the needs of all students, regardless of capabilities. Ben is a great guy, as I've said, and he is also an extraordinarily gifted student. For somebody who has been born with Down syndrome, he can speak full sentences, he can comprehend extraordinarily complex subjects such as math and the deeper meanings of history. He is more than capable of taking standard classes that are available, at least should be available, to all students of Fairfax County. Yet, after an extraordinarily long, drawn-out settlement from Fairfax County, he has been moved from a high school that provided for his educational needs to what is arguably a substandard situation that has been set up to make him fail. Instead of being there to provide for his educational needs as part of his programs that he is entitled to, they go out of their way to give him work that is complexly worded, that is vague, and that even his older brother, who is a student at the United States Naval Academy, has trouble understanding. They set him up where, instead of letting him talk with other students to see what kind of work that they may be getting, they ban him from speaking to people who he does not already know. Not only is that a violation of his rights as a student, because Ben is over the age of 18 years old, it is an extraordinarily egregious civil rights violation. On behalf of the Deaver family and on behalf of Benjamin, I ask the school board to look into these matters and to make good on their promise to provide quality education to all students of Fairfax County. I myself am a graduate of Falls Church High School. I was entitled and privileged to attend some of the best classes that are available in this county. And to watch my friend be denied his rights as a student is a tragedy. I thank you for your time, and I ask for your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Katrina Clark, followed by Kimberly Adams. Kimberly Adams.
Good evening, Chairman Corbett Sanders, school board members, and Dr. Brabrand. My name is Kimberly Adams, and I'm speaking as president of the Fairfax Education Association. We thank all of you, those who are leaving as well as those who will remain, for your commitment to recruiting and maintaining a premier workforce in FCPS. Tonight, we honor those who are leaving the school board, almost all of whom FEA has worked with for many, many years. I would like to take time to highlight each member who is leaving the board. Il-young Moon. There are many ways in which you have supported our workforce, and I cannot possibly fit them all in tonight. However, your support in improving the health benefits and hours for our parent liaisons has been significantly influential, and we thank you for your decades of service. Janie Strauss, you have been a visionary in FCPS, and again, the ways are too numerous to name. Your work in promoting participation in the arts while fostering arts integration through a partnership with the Kennedy Center is a contribution that will be felt for years to come. Thank you for your decades of service. Ryan McElveen, your support in multiple programs has taken our system forward in a forward-thinking direction. From foreign language in our elementary schools to real food for kids, you've provided us with the Twitter culture that we all needed. Thank you for your work across the county. Pat Hines. We are proud of our active teacher member on the board, and we thank you for supporting the work to enhance teacher salaries. Your time on this board showed so many that this can be done by our educators, and we thank you for that role modeling. Sandy Evans, as an advocate for later high school start times and perhaps someday later middle school start times, your work to promote student health and social justice were critical to our system. We thank you for moving the mindset to one of progress, even when it seemed to be a titanic effort. Dahlia Palchik, your work to promote global education and greater community engagement have led to more diverse parent involvement and a greater sense of belonging for so many new Americans. Your inspiration to our students continues as you move to the Board of Supervisors. We look forward to continuing the work around One Fairfax and equity. Elizabeth Schultz, your work and attention to improving teacher working conditions and increasing transparency of discipline processes has made life in our school communities better for so many, and we thank you for your passionate service. Tom Wilson, your emphasis on community outreach and employee compensation, especially supportive retirement plans throughout pressure for changes, has certainly improved the retention of our workforce, and we thank you for all of your work on this board. Retaining a premier workforce requires commitment to reasonable expectations. Your employees are some of the most highly skilled educators in the country. We know that we need your support and the board that comes after you. We look forward to the coming year, and we will work alongside you to maintain a bright future for FCPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. I have Mr. Ben Press, who is visiting us. He is a former student representative to this school board and served with most of the members up here, so we're glad to see you tonight, Ben.
Thank you very much, Chairman
Welcome
Corbett
home.
Sanders. Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Members of this board, good evening. It's a bit weird to be speaking to you all from this side of the dais, but to address you indeed for the first time in over 3.5 years. But I very much wanted to take some time here on our Christmas vacation and your last meeting to thank you for your past 4 years of service. I stand here perhaps to present a bit of a contrast. When I was sitting here at the dais 4 years ago, when this board took its seats, we were in a very different situation than the one we now find ourselves in. We were gravely worried about the budgetary situation that our school system was facing. We were looking at a budget shortfall of over $100 million, and students came to me all the time concerned about cuts to programming that they held dear, athletics, music, and class sizes. I remember visiting with all of those students and hearing their concerns personally. But in the intervening years, FCPS has been transformed. Our teachers' salaries are much closer to where they need to be, helping to align our practices with our goal of having a premier workforce. Our students have access to the technology they need to succeed in today's educational environment. And we reaffirmed FCPS's commitment to inclusivity. You've also made the investments in career and technical education that will take our students into the workforce of the future. Without a doubt, challenges remain. We still need to get our start times right and align those with the science that we know is out there. We need to improve our facilities, and we still need to improve student mental health. But make no mistake, you all have left FCPS much better than you found it. And I hope you all leave this evening proud of what you've accomplished. For those of you departing the board, your successors will inherit a system transformed in many ways by each of your passions, interests, and expertise. To those of you staying on, we are all confident that you will continue to do amazing work. But to all of you, thank you. You don't hear that enough, I know. But hundreds of thousands of students and hundreds of thousands of families are so grateful for it. Thank you.
Mr. George Becerra, followed by Tina Williams.
Good evening, Chairman Corbett Sanders and school board members. Talking tonight about all your resolutions. Couldn't sign it up on the citizen participation because it wasn't one of the list, this agenda item. Wanted to start off just recognizing all the members who are resigning or retiring, moving on to other bigger things or better things. First of all, a little education to folks who don't know. You guys spend, what, about 200, 250 meetings, planned SPS meetings per year. That's on top, not on top of the PTA meetings, constituency meetings, side meetings over here for another 2 hours after the meetings on these. So people have to realize the time it takes. Plus, it's at night. Take away from the families, husbands, wives, children, whatever. Compared to a board of supervisors, there may be morning, afternoons. On top of that, you get 1/3 of the salary that the board of supervisors get. But you handle 53% of the budget. Right. So I just want to start a little basics. All y'all have friends one day. That same person is the enemy the next day because you made a wrong decision. Correct? And you play that game for some of y'all 4 years, 8 years, 24 years, or so forth. Applaud you for that, because I couldn't do that. Or you become very lonely, right? Because sometimes you don't know who your friends are one day, because the next day they're calling for your job. Other aspects, I wanted to talk to individually certain folks with a minute I have left roughly. Mrs. Strauss, like I said, when I first came on, I didn't know anything. He gave me a little history about things, which I didn't realize certain aspects of the county had already talked about it, and he decided. I'm just so young, I didn't know that I was already made a decision of other past parents. So times change, but you put me in my place in terms of what has been talked about instead of like, I can't believe they've never talked about that. So I applaud you for all your years. Ms. Hines and a lot of your school board members, thank you for taking your time. I'm not a constituent of yours, only in Braddock and Providence per se, by at large everyone. But you guys have spent many hundreds and thousands of emails with me over the years. So I thank you on that. Ms. Hines, thank you for meeting with me. You know, I love going to Reston, the Republic of Reston. So, Ms. Evans, the hard fights, later start times, Justice High School. Ms. Palachek, brief good luck on your supervisor position. So your history is still being written. Mr. Wilson, thank you for taking time. As you know, my daughter's in your district now, so obviously a little bit more attention to the Sully district now. Mrs. Schultz, you're true to your beliefs. I might not believe in everything, but I can respect what you say. It's hard times out here, but you stay true. Mr. McElveen, don't know where to start. Such little time. Thank you for all your messages, texts, phone calls, what games we go with, big sports fans. Non-discrimination policy. Before there was anyone here on that aspect, you already brought that subject up. And last but not least, Mr. Young Moon, in terms of MSAOC, they're from the creation. They're from the very beginning. Why there should be an MSAOC. And thank you for being your representative of the 2 Budget Task Force. And thank all y'all for learning, for the advocate that I was for the last 2 community panels on the superintendent selection. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Tina Williams, followed by Elizabeth Ende.
Good evening and happy holidays. I'm Tina Williams, President of Fairfax County Federation of Teachers. On behalf of our members, I'd like to thank each and every one of our school board members for your service to our students, parents, FCPS employees, and this community. We thank you for your partnerships with our union, listening to our members and giving a voice to their concerns over the years, and supporting our initiatives to improve the learning experience for all of our students and to safeguard the career professionals who serve them. We appreciate the genuine openness and willingness to learn and listen that this board has demonstrated. While faced with many difficult decisions and at times opposing views, you have worked to champion the rights of students, parents, and employees while also balancing being true to your own standards and values. And we respect that. The years of service for this board span 2 years to 3 decades, and you have worked with up to 6 of our FCFT presidents and served hundreds of thousands of students and their families along the way. FCFT has valued its strong relationships with our school board members. Your efforts to move FCPS towards being a comprehensive 21st century school division are appreciated and valued. FCFT will continue to fight for the rights of every student in our public schools and the professional educators who serve them. We will continue to work with our school board to secure safe conditions for all students, the appropriate funding, resources, staffing, and training required to serve all of our children, particularly those most vulnerable populations. For those of you who will continue to serve on the board, we count on your continued determination in working together to improve and strengthen our public schools, including teacher planning time, student discipline policies, educator wages, the substitute shortage, and hiring and retention of diverse educators so that FCPS is successfully meeting the needs of all students. We thank you for your diligence and service and wish you all only the very best in all of your pursuits, endeavors, and aspirations in the new year and beyond. Thank you.
Elizabeth Ende, followed by Miriam Khan.
Good evening, and thank you so much to all of you for all you do for our students. We really appreciate that. Phyllis and I are here tonight to thank this board in particular for later high school start times because 5 of you who are stepping off the board now were part of that momentous occasion. We actually created a very cute video that had quotes from students, and so you could actually hear real life thank yous from students and parents and doctors and teachers, but technical difficulties, so we're just summarizing for you. But we want to just thank you so much, in particular Sandy, Ryan, Pat, Janie, Il-Young, and Elizabeth for your work on the start times. And we also thank Megan and Tammy for that, on that original 2014-2015 school board. Thanks to you, this high school day works better because the beginning starts after 8 a.m. Later high school start times have benefited student health, well-being, and performance.
So we've seen published studies now that talk about the substantial benefits that students have gained from our new bell schedules, including gains in sleep, improved mood, decreases in depression. More students are eating breakfast before school now, and researchers also found reduced daytime sleepiness and reduced self-reported drowsy driving. The DMV data confirm the findings from previous studies, and fewer teen drivers in Fairfax are involved in car crashes, including crashes related to distracted driving. The DMV doesn't have a category for drowsy driving. That's one finding that hopefully provides peace of mind not only to parents of young drivers, but also to people who share the roads with them. So thank you for making a difference.
The NIH explains getting enough quality sleep at the right times helps you function well throughout the day. People who are sleep deficient are less productive at work and school. They take longer to finish tasks, have a slower reaction time, and make more mistakes. After several nights of losing sleep, even a loss of just 1 to 2 hours per night, your ability to function suffers as if you haven't slept at all for a day or two. So with that, we encourage you to continue to look at ways to improve start times for our students, particularly the middle school students, and we thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Miriam Khan, followed by Allison Baldassari. Okay. We do have a number of other special guests here this evening. I see that we have a school board member-elect from the Providence. Oh, excellent. Welcome.
Okay. I'm Allie Baldassari, a board member of SEPTA, the FCPS Special Education PTA. I'm here on behalf of SEPTA and its president, Michelle Cades, reading their recent public statement edited per time. December 18th, this was addressed to SEPTA members, FCPS administration, and school board. Fairfax County SEPTA is dismayed to learn of allegations and indictments for incidents of child abuse that were disclosed Monday. While most staff working with students with disabilities perform their roles in the students' best interests, it's devastating to learn that a few of those whose jobs are to keep our students safe utterly failed to do so. This is a community still reeling from FCPS's seclusion and restraint reporting violations. We desperately need changes to foster transparency and trust between parents and administrators. We're in a culture that discourages teachers from speaking up on behalf of students for fear of retaliation from their supervisors. But we strongly urge all staff to accept the tremendous responsibility as mandated reporters. We call for decisive leadership to address the following concerns voiced by our special education community. 1, students with disabilities suffer disproportionate discipline across educational settings due to lack of understanding of neurodiversity, compassionate behavioral interventions, and trauma-informed practices. This is based on FCPS's own data that shows students with disabilities are 4 times more likely to be subject to discipline practices in FCPS than their non-disabled peers. 2, FCPS must publicly define a clear vision of compassionate behavior management and crisis intervention, including the understanding that behaviors are a means of communication. 3, FCPS's data reveals a significant and growing achievement gap between students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers. Where did I go? Okay. Not only is FCPS failing in their responsibility to keep our students safe, but FCPS is also failing to adequately educate all of our students with disabilities. SEPTA encourages the following actions by FCPS. Mandate compassionate behavioral intervention training for teachers. Emphasize that behaviors are a form of communication. Incorporate student concerns into collaborative problem solving. Dr. Ross Green's collaborative and proactive solutions model. Develop a plan to end the practice of seclusion and eliminate seclusion rooms. Actively promote alternatives to restraint with the widespread training in MANT, UCRU, collaborative and proactive solutions to eliminate the need for dangerous restraints. Special Education Central Office should have oversight of school-based employees and data on their fidelity of implementation of IEPs. Finally, eliminate differences between schools that routinely arise due to principals' choices of resource allocation and their wide range of knowledge of the needs and best practices for students with disabilities. Respectfully, the Fairfax County SEPTA.
Thank you. So this evening we have a number of distinguished guests in the audience. We start with Mr. Carl Frisch, the school board member-elect from the Providence District. We also have Ms. Melanie Marin, school board member-elect from Hunter Mill. Ms. Rachna Sizemore-Heiser, school board member-elect at large. And Ms. Stella Pekarsky, school board member-elect from the Sully District. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Ben Press, who was the student representative to the school board 3 years ago. Welcome to all of you. Do we have any? And I now call on Ms. Boateng to recognize our Boy Scouts.
I'd just like to recognize, if he's still here, Andrew Gandy from Troop 44346. If he's still here, please stand to be recognized. He is working on his citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. Thank you for coming.
Excellent. Do we have another young man working on a merit badge in the back there? Young man, would you like to tell us which troop you're with? Welcome, we're glad you're here. And what is your name? Brett, nice to meet you. Glad you're here today. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will honor, thank, and say goodbye to 8 of our esteemed colleagues. We've had the opportunity to personally thank them at the reception held earlier this evening. So out of respect for those in the audience and to allow the board members to spend time with family members who are here, we will limit our comments to the maker and seconder of each resolution that we're presenting tonight. After the resolution is adopted, the honoree will have the opportunity to share a few thoughts. At the end of the reading of the 8 resolutions, we will take 2 photos, one of just the board and another that will include all those who are here this evening celebrating our 8 departing members. So first on the agenda, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Mr. Moon.
So let me call on Madam Chair Corbett Sanders for the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I have the honor of presenting a resolution to Ms. Janie Strauss. Whereas the time has come to bid farewell to one of our longest-serving school board members, one who is highly regarded by her colleagues, the FCPS administration, FCPS staff, and constituents alike, for her respectful nature, her compassion, her genuineness, her strong work ethic, her institutional memory, and her willingness to mentor new colleagues. And whereas Jane K. Strauss has devoted 26 years to the school board, first as an appointed member in 1991 and 1993, and subsequently as an elected board member since 1995, and has served as its chairman in 2001, 2011, and 2017, as its vice chairman in 2000 and 2016, and as the chairman of the audit committee in 2012 and 2015, as vice chair of the budget committee in 2018, and as a member of the governance, public engagement, and comprehensive planning development committees, and was recognized by the Virginia School Boards Association in late 2018 when she received the Advocate for Education Award for her leadership, commitment, and contribution to public education that has had an impact on this region and the Commonwealth of Virginia. And whereas Mrs. Strauss holds a Master's of Arts in Teaching from Harvard Graduate School of Education and has spent over 35 years in the field of education, is a former elementary and preschool teacher, and has been the president of the Franklin Sherman PTA and the Fairfax County Council of PTAs, board chair of the Country Day School, and has been a strong advocate of our public school system, who work tirelessly to provide all children, regardless of their circumstances, with a well-rounded, curriculum-rich education so that they have the strong foundation and skills for a successful future, as she believes that student success will come not from what they know, but what they can do with what they know. And whereas she has an impressive record of community involvement with the McLean Project for the Arts, Healthy Families Fairfax, has served on numerous education and youth affairs committees, including the FCPS Career and Technical Preparation Task Force, the Division Planning Committee, the Citizens Bond Committee, and the Fairfax Framework for Student Success Committee. And whereas Fairfax County Public Schools, students across the country, and the community as a whole have benefited immensely from Mrs. Strauss's countless hours of work and loving dedication, and to continuing the CAPPIES, the awards program co-founded in 1999 by her late husband, Bill Strauss, to encourage high school theater and theater critics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Jane K. Strauss for her valuable contributions and dedicated service to the board, to the Fairfax County Public Schools, and to the children and citizens of Fairfax County. I so move.
I second the motion. So, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon. This is my greatest honor. I have had the pleasure of working closely with Janie since the day I came on the board. I actually had the pleasure of sitting next to her on my first seating assignment, and I felt like that I was blessed with a special angel, somebody who was going to mentor me and to create the opportunity for new board members to immediately become successful because of her kind and quiet way of influencing to make sure that we have a strong board and a board that adheres to good governance. And so it is a great honor to be able to put forth this resolution for a woman who has dedicated a lifetime of service to our community, both on the school board and in the community, and in partnership with her husband, Bill. And so I am very honored to be able to say thank you, Janie, for your very hard work. You know, Janie came on the board in the early 90s when we had about 120,000 students, so 50% less than we have today, or we've increased it by 50%. And she came on a board when it was an appointed board. And so she was able to help us transition from that appointed board to an elected board and to a board that is focused always on the needs of our students. And so it is a great honor to be able to recognize you tonight, Janie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me also say a few words about Janie. Janie and I worked together for over 2 decades. Beginning in 1995, when we were both elected to the first elected board. It's been a true joy to work with such a kind, respectful, compassionate advocate for our schools and students. You are such a wise and seasoned member of this board. We have been through many ups and downs in our time with FCPS, championing our many successes and staying strong during the challenges, including many, many budget seasons, with some budget seasons much tougher than the others. Jenny brings an immense amount of knowledge and history to the board, and she is truly impossible to replace. Her kindness, intelligence, and good judgment will be tremendously missed around the board table. A grandmother, which Janie is, not only to her own grandchildren, but also to the board. She calms us down when a debate gets too heated and tells us old stories when the rest of the board may need some historical lessons to be told. Jenny and her late husband, Bill, whom I tremendously respect, were very caring people. The stories of Janie's adopting 2 children are so touching. How every human being deserves an opportunity to live a full life. I know that she'll now be able to enjoy spending more time with her real grandchildren, and they'll be able to glad to have more of her as well. But I'm going to miss her. Jenny, do not forget about me when the CAPI season arrives, and I can always stop by your house on Sunday mornings on my way to church. Thank you, Jenny, for your service. With that, let me call for the vote. All those in favor of this resolution, raise your hand. Jenny, you can vote. Student member, you can vote to this. I'll make an exception for you. All right, vote is unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you for all those kind words. Oh, I get my plaque. It has been my honor to serve the students, the community, the families, the teachers for over 26 years. It has been a privilege to work with all of you here tonight, and to, I think, over 50 other school board members that I've worked with over the years. This is the only job I ever wanted. It was truly the goal of my life, and it has been just an amazing ride. I want to thank the teachers, the educators who work every day in our schools. Teaching and learning is an art and a science. Clearly, you have to know the subject matter, but the magic is the art. Children are ready to learn when they have that relationship with their teacher, when that teacher has figured out how to open that little mind and create the joy of learning, the willingness to work hard when it's hard. When I started teaching, I really gained the respect for the people who are really good at that craft. So I thank all of you and all of the incredibly talented people here who know how to teach, know how to support our classrooms, and have dedicated their lives to this amazing profession. Many years ago, the first superintendent I worked with, Dr. Spillane, said, keep the main thing the main thing. It is teaching and learning. And we still do that. And we all remember those words. It is what keeps us going. Many years ago, Dr. Sprague began to talk about the need for change. And change is a constant in schools because we prepare our children for a future that changes. And sometimes it's hard to know exactly what that future is. But we must continue to go forward and figure out new ways to teach and learn and prepare our children. Dr. Sprague talked about how the future was changing and that we needed to teach children in different ways. They were going to need different schools, different tools, and technology was just beginning. I am so pleased that we've finally gotten to FCPS on. It took us a long time, but it was slow and deliberate and careful, and I think appropriate. So I think we are finally beginning to address the digital divide. We must do that. And as you have said, Dr. Brabrand, technology is the paper and pencil of today, and we have to use it wisely and well. Dr. Marianne Panarelli, who retired from us and left us this fall, she helped us go down the road of knowing that we had to take care of the whole child. Mental health and wellness was something that we really had to pay attention to. Many of our children come to us with difficult challenges. Many of our children worry and there is stress, and therefore we have to take that on as a challenge. So we have learned that relationships and the trust from our community is important if our children are going to be ready to learn in school. We often talk about diversity as being our strength. I see it as a gift to our children. Fairfax County in Northern Virginia is a global community. We are the world. We have children and families who are here, many languages, many cultures, many religions, and we have many generations of people who have been here from other places. Humanity goes forward by the debate, the conversation, the moving back and forth of ideas. Our children learn from each other, and the beauty of public schools, the common school, is the place where we come together to learn from each other. Not every place in this country has that gift to give to our children, but we do. They learn from and with each other, and not to be afraid of differences or the other. I am proud of the student voice. There's one of our student voices, and Ben, you're here tonight. We cultivate the student voice, student leadership. It is your generation that is going to have to solve some very difficult problems. And if you read the newspapers and the literary magazines and certainly listen to our students, and I know Ms. Hines, in your cultivation of our students, particularly on environmental issues, we encourage our students to push us because that is the only way things are going to actually get resolved. So I'm proud of our kids. Portrait of the Graduate, a lot of us, most of us, worked on that. And I still think that that is, in fact, our goal, our aspirational goal. Our children need to be collaborators, creative critical thinkers, ethical and global citizens. Ryan, that was your strong belief in getting those words in there. And our children need to be goal and directed and resilient individuals. I'm very proud of the arts in Fairfax County. We, in fact, have one of the strongest arts programs that begins in preschool through 12th grade. It is through the arts that human beings pass forward some of the most important lessons of humanity. The arts transcend time, geography, culture, and there is a place in the arts for everyone. And I always like to say, the stage loves everyone, whether you're on the stage or behind the stage. It is an inclusive adventure. And of course, you know my happy spot is the arts. I have thanked all of the schools in the Dranesville district, our educators and our principals, and they have promised me that if I behave myself, I can come back and read to kindergartners and bring my puppets. So again, I thank you all very much for your kind words. I thank my family. They have sacrificed a lot as their mom went to endless meetings. But the common good is often more important than the individual good, because it is the common good that finds the purpose and the goals and the will to go forward and solve difficult problems. So I'm proud of all of you guys, proud of all of you, and thank you very much.
I call on Ms. Strauss for a resolution.
Thank you. I have the opportunity to read the resolution honoring Il Young Moon, my very long and dear friend. Whereas Il Young Moon was appointed an at-large representative to the Fairfax County School Board in 1995, and in November that year became the first Asian American to be elected to a public office in Virginia, serving as the Braddock District Representative from 1996 to 1999, and then serving as an at-large representative since 2004. And during these terms, he skillfully served 3 terms as chairman of the board in 2006, 2012, and 2013, and 3 terms as vice chairman in 2005, 2011, and 2018. Whereas Mr. Moon served on and often chaired numerous committees, including audit, budget, comprehensive planning development, facilities, governance, human resources, instruction, legislation, management review, personnel, policy review, strategic planning and evaluation, student behavior, collaborating with his colleagues and staff to effectively advance the missions of these committees. And whereas he passionately advocated for Fairfax County Public Schools students and families by serving as the board's liaison to the Advanced Academic Programs Advisory Committee, the Audit Committee, the Adult Community Education Committee, the Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee, the Fairfax City School Board, the Fairfax County Park Authority, and the Fairfax County Athletic Council. And whereas Mr. Moon often focused his attention at the level of school children, seeking to listen to students and families, walk to school with and read to the children, meet individually with students upon request, and mentor and model professionalism, always bringing kindness and his unique sense of humor with him. And whereas he recognized the importance of an excellent public education for all, advocating for an advanced, inclusive, comprehensive curriculum, specifically highlighting ESOL services, adult and community education, and world language offerings, and enthusiastically supported the FCPS community by being an active presence at countless athletic events, art performances, achievement ceremonies, and many more during his tenure. And now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Il Young Moon for his outstanding service and dedication to the Fairfax County School Board and to our students and community members. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McElveen. Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Il Young is a very special person. His life story is a model for all of us. Mr. Moon came as a teenager to this country, speaking no English, coming from a country that was suffering to try to right itself. His parents had sacrificed a great deal to get here. Mr. Moon finished high school, went to college, went to law school, did all of those things in a fairly short period of time. He is very smart, loves music, sings well, is a wonderful member of his church, and he attends many, many athletic events and arts events. But best of all, he truly epitomizes what all of our children can be and shows us that there is no struggle that can sink us because you have risen above so many. And you're special, Mr. Moon. And I will not forget you. We'll get together. Thank you.
Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your second?
My friend, we have gone just about everywhere together. You may be almost double my age, but it's hard to keep up with you. And you and I actually have a lot in common. You're on the person on this board who has the second least amount of hair as me. You and I have a shared passion for internationalization, global perspectives, and making sure that all of our children graduate having learned at least 2 languages. And like many of us in this room, you gave me the opportunity to represent our community in Korea. And I was so glad you did not come on that trip with me so I didn't have to eat all the things you would have made me eat. And you and I, for the past 8 years, have shared the same constituency of, well, everyone. It is not an easy job that we share with Ms. Keys-Gamarra. And more than anyone else in this county, we probably log more miles on our cars. And having been in the van, which you donated to FCPS a few years ago, suffocating without air conditioning and unable to roll down the windows, I can attest to the fact that it has seen more miles than any other car in the county. We have to be everywhere at once, and you, sir, are, in fact, everywhere at once. I remember riding in the back of a bus down Route 29 to Charlottesville on the way to a Centerville High School state championship in football, and you teaching me the game of Go. I'm not very good at the game of Go, thank you very much, but that was fun. I remember you said you wanted to go for a short walk when we were in San Diego for a conference, and that turned into an almost 2-hour expedition. I remember racing you around many tracks around the county over the years, and I think I beat you almost every time, even when I was wearing a suit and tie. But that's okay. And you have not just taught me how to be a sportsman, but you have taught me what it means to be a responsive and present elected official. You are the person I will always point to as a model public official. And through your continuous service, in spite of setbacks over the years, you have taught me the importance of never giving up. I know that you will continue your public service in many other forms over the years, and I will continue to look to you for guidance.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. I will call for the vote. So all those in favor of the resolution recognizing Mr. Moon? That is unanimous. The motion carries. Mr. Moon, would you like to offer some remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I only have 30 pages. But after hearing Mr. Strauss and Mr. McElveen, I may just reduce that down to 3 pages. Font size 18. Otherwise, I would not be able to read this. It has truly been an honor and a privilege for someone like me, an immigrant, a former ESL student, growing up in poverty in a third world country, and coming to the U.S. at the age of 17 to serve on the Fairfax County School Board for more than 20 years. I want to thank the county residents who have placed a trust in me for all these years to work to provide a high-quality public education to our students. As we know, the highest priority for our families and our community is the education of young people. People do not move into Fairfax County for traffic or housing prices. I have taken a great pride in that I have played an important role in helping meet the high expectations from the community, whether in math, language arts, social studies, science, world languages, music and arts, sports, extracurricular activities, or community service. Preparing our students for the challenges of the future has excited me for all these years. And of course, I'm only a human being. I'm only a human, just like anybody else, and surely with all human faults and imperfectness. I'm sure that I sometimes lost my temper when I should have had a better control. I'm sure that I could have been better prepared at some school board and community meetings as well. I'm sure that I have failed to properly apologize to the people that I offended. For that, I want to say I am sorry and I apologize. A few words to my family. I want to thank my family members who have put up with me for a long time. Serving on the board has not been always easy to my family, especially with the 2 sons growing up at the same time. However, while I had to spend much time away from home, I also tried hard to make myself available to my 2 sons as much as I could. In fact, while my second son was playing basketball on his high school team for 4 years, I only missed 1 game. That is only 1 single game, including all scrimmages. I missed that game only because they changed the game, which was going to be played in Loudoun County, to a Thursday night, and I had a board meeting to preside at as the chairman at the time. But I'm sure that I could have done much more had I not been away from home so much. For that, I want to say I am sorry to my sons who are watching me from Boston and Seattle, Washington through video streaming tonight. 준영이 and 우영, I'll make it up to you. So just bring me some grandchildren. No pressure, no pressure. Just 3 from each of you. I will take all 6 of them and put them in my minivan. I'm going to have to buy a new one and travel throughout the country. I also want to recognize my father who is in the audience. Father, could you stand up? 아버지 일어나실래요? who made the most important decision for the family to move to the U.S. A very stubborn man. He has been eating ramen for breakfast for over 46 years. He and my mother, who passed away a few years ago, should take all the credits due for the better opportunities provided to their 3 children and 5 grandchildren. At the age of 86, my dad is still a good dancer. So if anyone needs a lesson in line dancing, please go talk to him. In all seriousness, I have enjoyed my time on the board. Even all those late night meetings and work sessions, angry emails and phone calls related to school closings, the arguments and shouting at the boundary meetings, and even annual tug-of-wars with the County Board of Supervisors on the budget. Because I knew that every minute that I was spending was for our students, trying to provide better opportunities and programs for them. After all, our children are our future. Fortunately, our Fairfax County residents support our schools. Our communities believe that all children deserve to become successful, and we need to make sure to take care of each and every student. Lastly, our school system is only as good as people working there. Let's make sure we hire the best people out there and provide them with the best support we can. We have highly dedicated and very talented people working for us, from school bus drivers, cafeteria workers, school custodians, teachers, guidance counselors, to the school-based and central office administrators. I have enjoyed working with all of them. I want to thank them again for helping me become a better school board member and better prepared to work to set policies and allocate budgets to support our students. Let's take care of our workforce. Let's look at their own needs and see whether FCPS is doing its utmost to become the best employer. We need them, and our students need them. Once again, it has been a long journey for me, close to a quarter of a century, but the one I have enjoyed and would not trade for anything else. For those in the audience who may be Korean speakers, let me say a couple of words in Korean. 여러분들 오늘 저녁 이렇게 상당히 추운 날씨에도 불구하고 이렇게 찾아주셔서 너무 감사합니다. 20년 이상 교육위원이라면서 저에게 보여주셨던 사랑, 격려, 그리고 가끔씩 따끔한 충고 너무 감사했습니다. 여러분들이 없었으면은 제가 교육위원으로 20년 이상 일하기는 쉽지 않았을 겁니다. 여러분들 그동안 보여주신 사랑에 감사드립니다. 여러분, 저도 여러분들 많이 사랑합니다. 건강하십시오. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I now call on Ms. McLaughlin for a resolution honoring Sandra Evans.
Whereas Sandy Evans was elected as the Mason District Representative to the Fairfax County School Board and has served with distinction as a member of the board for nearly 10 years since March of 2010. And whereas during her tenure, Ms. Evans skillfully served as both chair and vice chair of the board, and also served on and often chaired numerous board committees, including budget, governance, public engagement, and comprehensive planning and development, and was instrumental in the major accomplishments of the board, including the creation of a board portrait of a graduate and the FCPS strategic plan. And whereas she tirelessly championed the interests of all students, especially the neediest, advocating for more resources for schools with higher poverty, English language learners, and special needs students, and courageously fought for changing the name of Jeb Stuart High School to Justice High School as a better representation of our values of inclusion and equity. And whereas Ms. Evans was a passionate advocate for improving physical, mental, and academic health for students, supporting sleep education, also known as later start times, healthier food choices, more recess, and revisions to student discipline procedures, but especially by initiating the board's change to the later start times. And whereas she advocated for better pay and benefits for parent liaisons, full accreditation for all Mason District schools, and was influential in improving parent notification for student discipline issues. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Sandy Evans for her outstanding service and dedication to the Fairfax County School Board, and to our students and community, I so move.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Strauss. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your resolution?
With honor, I will. I guess it's, Ryan, you set a bad standard. Sandy, you have been an incredible partner, advocate in the community with me for almost a decade. When we came to know each other as I co-founded Fairgrade, and you were tirelessly working on sleep for many more years prior to that. And you were just such a fabulous mentor for showing me that with persistence, bringing the parent voice, the community voice to our school division, we could make true changes to help our students better succeed in this school system. After Fairgrade, we helped co-found the Fairfax Education Coalition. And for those of you who don't know, the Fairfax Education Coalition brought together the two largest teacher associations along with numerous parent advocacy groups with a goal of saying that parents and teachers are a valuable voice. And when we can partner with Fairfax County leadership, we can continue to bring the best and brightest changes to the school system. And it was remarkable that, Sandy, you were so instrumental because you knew Leonard Bambaka with the Fairfax Education Association, Michael Hairston with the FEA, and so it was basically bringing those leaders along with Steve Greenberg from FCFT that we really were able to say, how can we strengthen what we're doing in this school system? Once I was able to join you on the board 2 years later, I was so grateful for your powerful voice on student discipline reform. For those of you who don't know, Sandy has absolutely been, without question, the #1 champion on parent notification, recognizing that while it is important that when students make mistakes, that we do have consequences for the discipline, what Sandy knew was that it was so important that parents have to be brought into that process, and it needs to be done well and with fidelity. And so in our 8 years together that we've served, Sandy, I have always admired how much you've continued to have 3 different superintendents understand that we need to continue to strive to get better in that. And Sandy, one of the things that I do want to touch on most importantly, whether it was student discipline, whether it was our parent liaisons and being such a voice for them, whether it was the needs-based staffing to ensure that our neediest students got the extra supports they needed so we could close these important opportunity gaps, and we would be the school system that every single child has an opportunity to succeed. One of your greatest gifts is that you do all of this advocacy, this championing of these issues with tremendous grace and kindness. And I know I speak for every single one of our colleagues here at the table and those who have served prior to my service here on the board, that you are always someone that we could come to talk to about anything. You presume positive tensions of every single person I know that I've watched you serve, and that is such an incredible gift. I wish I had your grace and temperament at times to rein in my own Irish passion, but I will forever be influenced by your leadership and your friendship, and I know that we will continue to be friends for our remaining days here together in Fairfax County. And I'm just so grateful for all you've done, not just as a parent, but in your 10 years of service to make Fairfax County the great school system it is. We are so blessed by the leadership you've given. Thank you, Sandy. Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I would. Sandy, we would have never succeeded in Later Start Times without you and Phyllis Payne, who is here tonight, and all the people that worked on that. It was something that we wanted to do for so long. We could not build a coalition. We couldn't figure out how to do it, and you just kept pressing, and you were right to keep going. When we finally hired that right consultant at the end, we finally were able to have a winner. So you were tenacious, and you were right. And now the entire country has realized how right you were. So thank you for that. Justice High School, that was heavy lifting, but it was the morally right thing to do. And again, you were courageous. You did not back down. And we finally found our way through that. Very difficult, but you did it. Thank you, Sandy. During your watch, we opened our first urban elementary school, Bailey's Upper. And boy, what a gorgeous school that is. And you proved that it could be done. We did it very quickly. You've opened Mason Crest. And finally, Falls Church High School is going to get renovated. Sorry that took so long. Yes. You are a champion in helping us as we were redoing our SR&R, as Megan has already spoken about, and you're always watching to make sure the parent notification is right. You're a professional journalist. I always counted on you to read every single word in every document to make sure it was right. I'm one of those artsy people where I skip words and I don't remember. But I knew that you would be very careful because words matter. You're a good writer. And it's an interesting lesson to all of us to pay attention to those words. And we always have to have some people on the board who really look carefully. So I'm glad that you started out as a newspaper woman and a journalist. You taught us all the importance of words. So that is wonderful. I've enjoyed working with you. You've always been patient, elegant. You have listened to all sides of arguments. And you choose wisely as to how you're going to actually make up your mind. So thank you very much for your service. And thank you so much for all that you've done for Mason District and all of our children. You've made it a better place for all of us. And I know the parent liaisons will always remember you. You have done such good work for those people. So thank you very much for your service.
So we're all standing. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to take a seat so that we can call for the vote. I have a feeling I know how it'll turn out. All those in favor of this resolution honoring Sandy Evans? And that is unanimous. The motion carries. Ms. Evans, would you like to provide a few moments or a few words?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Ms. McLaughlin and Mrs. Strauss, Megan, Janie, thank you so much for those beautiful, beautiful words. I'm deeply, deeply touched by them and humbled by them too. So thank you so much. As so many of us are getting ready to leave the board in just 2 weeks, I do want to take a moment to reflect on the accomplishments of the boards on which we have served, and also to thank many people for the work that has made this possible. We have weathered a very deep recession together. We have struggled through lean budget times. We have, at the same time, welcomed tens of thousands more students into our schools during this time, and yet we have grown and improved as a school system. We've worked to create a portrait of a graduate, a strategic plan, and the One Fairfax policy, voicing our strong commitment to equity and inclusion. We've improved teacher pay and made parent liaisons contracted employees. We have shown a deep commitment to student health and wellness by approving a comprehensive wellness policy, healthier food and more breakfast and snacks for neediest kids, more recess time for our little ones, and of course my personal passion, as other people have mentioned, later high school start times for the physical, mental, and academic health of our teen students. And yes, we do have a bit more to go on that with the middle schools. And I hope the next board will tackle that. We have also added sexual orientation and gender identity to our non-discrimination policy. And we've changed the Confederate name at one of our high schools to Justice High School, which is more reflective of our values of inclusion and diversity. A lot of this has been difficult work. Some of it has been controversial. But each of us has worked to the best of our ability to do what is right for students and families of Fairfax County. The members of this board are passionate advocates who believe in the work of this school system. There is certainly more to be done, but I know we are leaving this board in good hands. I'm going to start by thanking the residents of Fairfax County who have shown such strong support for our beloved school system, and especially my constituents in Mason District, an amazing, multicultural, diverse community that welcomes and embraces all of our students and families. I can't tell you how proud I am to have represented you on the school board for the past 10 years. Thank you to Mason District for entrusting me with that great honor. FCPS has amazing teachers, administrators, and support staff who are at the heart of our school system and who deserve our deepest gratitude for the work that they do every day to educate and make life better for children. I'd like to thank all of my board colleagues, those who are here today, and others with whom I've served over the past 10 years, as well as our excellent and Superintendent, Dr. Brabrand. I want to especially add my voice to those recognizing the tremendous impact that Janie Strauss has had in her incredible 26 years of service, and to Il Young Moon, whose steady leadership has been a guiding force on this board for the past 20 years. To each and every member of this board, I want to thank you for your passionate advocacy and tireless work. We have advocated here for better food, for school and gun safety, for climate, to help climate change, for teacher pay, for working conditions. The list goes on. And I'm very proud of our work. And I do hope that all of you departing here will have a wonderful time in your future endeavors. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank my friends, especially those who are here tonight. Thank you for being here. And my wonderful family for all the support that you have shown me over the years. I'm delighted that I was joined here tonight by my older daughter, Leah, and granddaughter, Aviva, but it is past Aviva's bedtime, so she's not here with us anymore. They are home and hopefully watching, or hopefully Leah is watching. And my daughter, Zoe, thank you so much for coming down today early to join us tonight. I really appreciate that. And all of your support over the years in my work on the board. You've been supportive from beginning to end. And to my husband, Steve, you have been my rock throughout this entire great venture. I could not have done this without you supporting me from beginning to end. I could not have done this without my husband and my daughters. Your advice, your patience, your perspective, your pep talk, and your love have carried me through. Thank you so much.
I now call on Mrs. Keys Gamara for a resolution honoring Pat Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas Pat Hines was elected as the Hunter Mill District Representative to the Fairfax County School Board in November 2011 and has served with integrity and distinction for the past 8 years since January 2012, and whereas Ms. Hines quickly embraced her work on the school board in 2012 when she took on the role and responsibility of the board's vice chairman in the first year, skillfully served as the chair of the board in 2015-16, chaired the Public Engagement Committee in 2013-14, and the Audit Committee in both 2016-17 and 17-18, and served as the board's legislative liaison to the federal government in 2014-15, and the board's liaison to the Fairfax City Park Authority, the Fairfax City School Board, and the recently formed Joint Environmental Task Force, not to mention having served as the chairman of the Washington Area Boards of Education from 2015 until May 2018. And whereas Ms. Hines brought to the board her strong work ethic, her training and expertise in legal and economic matters, her willingness to listen to dissenting voices and analyze issues through the lens of coalition building, shared her passion for environmental awareness and the need for conservation of our natural resources, as well as her perspectives and experiences as a dedicated elementary teacher, a tutor, and a mother. And whereas she has an impressive record of community involvement as a former member of the Superintendent's Business and Community Advisory Committee, as a founding member of the Vienna Teen Center Foundation, a former PTA president at Louise Archer Elementary School, and a former president of the Malcolm Wendover Heights Civic Association and F.B. Meekins Cooperative Preschool. And whereas Ms. Hines took her responsibilities and involvement as a school board member in the superintendent selection process very seriously during her tenure as FCPS, has experienced 3 new superintendents and worked effectively with her colleagues to address major issues such as budgetary challenges and changes to the students' rights and responsibilities, later high school start times, and teacher workload. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Pat Hines for her valuable contributions and dedicated service to the board, to Fairfax County Public Schools, and to the children and citizens of Fairfax County. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Palchik. Ms. Keys Gamara, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Hines, I've only been on this board for about 2 years, but I know a leader when I see one. And when I came on here, I felt like the fire hose had been turned on and I was told to direct a lot of the water. But there were people that I could look to who, no matter how much water flowed, they were never shaken. And Pat Hines, you were one of those people. As you may recall, it was only 47 days when we had to vote on Justice High School. Let's just say it was one of those moments when there was a lot of water to direct. But your unwavering support for the changes that were needed for our system was always very clear. You recognize the importance of the student's voice. You recognize the importance of that historical moment, that despite Virginia's history, it was time to do the right thing. And you never wavered. And for that, I thank you. Since that time, I've seen you be that cool lady many times over. Whether it was dealing with discipline issues where you wanted to make sure we understood not only do we want to serve the student, but we want to be aware of what our employees are experiencing, what teachers have to deal with, or whether you were talking about advanced academics and how we have to make sure that we are truly giving opportunity to all of our students, or whether you were breaking ground on environmental issues, you never lost your cool. And that is so very important. It is something that I try to emulate. Not sure I have it down yet, but thank you for your example. So I do thank you for being the consummate professional. I thank you for your dedication to our county and to education. I thank you for being so concerned about closing opportunity gaps and challenging us, and not that we not grow comfortable in that place where we have just kind of done things the way we have continued to do them. So thank you. We are all better for it. And I thank you for your leadership. I am sure that we will continue to hear your voice.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Patrick, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I would be delighted. Pat, you've been a friend, a mentor, as Ms. Keys-Gamarra said, a true leader, a teacher on this board who I don't know how you balanced, but you were able to bring us 100% and your kids 100%. It's never been about you. You've always focused on the issues and on making sure that if we were doing the right thing, that you acknowledged it. And if the Fairfax way was not the best way, you've really pushed us. You've made sure that we're moving in the right direction, even when it's not easy, even when you weren't making friends saying it. You knew that it was the right way to go. You fought alongside me and many of us in our community to get adequate funding for our schools after years of pay freezes, cutbacks, and inadequate funding from our school, from our state and our local partners. You've always focused on the kids and the teachers and making sure that all stakeholders are being listened to and that we're protecting our planet. But most importantly, as a new member and as one of the younger members on our board, I always felt that you saw me as a partner, that you saw everyone here on this board as a true partner and who had a voice equal to yours and everyone else's. And for that, I want to thank you. I know we'll be spending more time together, and so it's not a goodbye, but on behalf of all of the kids in our system and of the 6-year-old girl who arrived here and found a great school system, I appreciate how much you fought to make sure every single kid in our schools gets the respect and the support they need. So thank you, Pat. You've left a very valuable mark, not just on me, but on our whole school system. And I wish you all the best in your years to come.
So I will call for the vote. All those in favor of this resolution honoring Ms. Pat Hines? And that's unanimous. The motion passes. Ms. Hines, would you like to speak?
Well, thank you. I was doing fine until Karen Keys-Gamarra told me that now see, I've even lost it, that you consider me a role model of some kind, because honestly, I felt that way about you since you got on the board. So thank you. And Dahlia, the same, honestly. So anyway, listening to all these wonderful things about colleagues who have served for literally decades, I feel like it's a bit of a fuss for someone who's quitting after 8 years. but it has been an incredible time to be on this board, now that I think about it. We have accomplished a lot, and we've faced a lot of challenges. And I thank Ms. Evans and others who have talked about what we've done. So I want to thank first the people of the Hunter Mill District. That is an incredible community, the town of Vienna, the community of Reston, and a nice little corner of the town of Herndon. And they're all just amazingly strong communities with wonderful kids and families and schools and community leaders who care about our schools. It's just such a great community to serve. It's been an incredible privilege. I also have to thank
the staff of this amazing school system, central office, and of course all the wonderful people out in the buildings in Hunter Mill, the principals who've given me their time anytime I want it, the teachers who have reached out to me to bring their concerns, sometimes bearing their hearts, about something that's really worrying them because they care so much about the kids. The people in central office, Dr. Brabrand, your team, I just feel like I have met so many role models just among the people who work at this school system. I had a teacher a few years ago say, at a meeting, she just said, I want to bring my A game every day, and this is a place where I can do that. And I feel like if we can say that every day, we're doing our job for our kids and for the people who work with them. And I know, Dr. Brabrand, that you do your best to do that. So I really so appreciate you. You are my fourth superintendent, you know that, right? I've appreciated all of them. And I do want to say to our students, and this is where I am likely to get a little verklempt, and I work with students, so it's okay. I still get to work with wonderful young people. But the students in this school system, are just amazing. And I hope they understand how much their voice matters. When you're a student in this school system, and I love this school board and the leadership of this school system for this reason, when students advocate, it makes a difference. They make a difference, we get better, and I've seen that so many times, so please don't ever stop. We want to hear from you, whatever you can do to be heard. You care, the students in this school system care. They care about the world, they care about the future, not just for themselves, but for everyone. I just think this generation is amazing, and it needs to be, unfortunately, because we owe them a lot, and we're not really doing enough, I think, in a lot of ways. I also should probably thank the friends I've lost over the 8 years through you get busy, right? And so some of it's neglect and some of it is disagreements, Sometimes you find out what kind of friend it is when you have to vote against something that they didn't want you to vote against. But I hope I win you back. I have kept some very dear friends, and I appreciate their patience with me. And then, of course, most important, my family, my 2 kids, who are not here tonight because they've had enough of mom going to meetings, frankly. I think that's what they grew up with, mom's at a meeting. They are now 29 and 32. They're graduates of James Madison High School and have all the benefits of this amazing school system. In spite of not seeing much of their mom after 7 o'clock at night, they're doing very well, and I have to thank the school system for that. And then finally, I just want to thank you and give all the best to the returning board members. Thank you for doing that. There's only 4 of you. It's quite a task. I think and the 8 that are coming on, the courage that it takes for all of you to serve, to continue to serve. I just have to say my heart is light as I leave the board because I feel so good about the people coming on. I know that you will do good work, and I hope you will let me know how I can help. So thank you all.
I now call on Mr. Moon for a resolution honoring Ryan McElveen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas Ryan McElveen was elected as an at-large representative to the Fairfax County School Board and served with distinction as a member of the board for 8 years since January 2012. And whereas he was instrumental in numerous endeavors, including creating the internationalization task force, co-leading the board's start time ad hoc committee, developing the board advocacy to the UVA Board of Visitors to reinstate the excess UVA program, and creating the FCPS Alumni Networking Action Group. And whereas Mr. McElveen was chairman and a member of a public engagement committee, leading the Fairfax County School Board to become the first governing body in the nation to adopt YouTube video public testimonies, and serve as an advocate as the board's state legislative liaison for 7 years, and Mr. McElveen championed numerous causes, including the non-discrimination policy change to protect our transgender community, the board's work on preventing gun violence and promoting school security, the effort to change the name of Jeb Stuart High School to Justice High School, and the board's efforts to bring accessible feminine products to school bathrooms in the pursuit of menstrual equity. And whereas he worked tirelessly for division-wide changes, including revising dress code, providing healthier food for our students, and advocating to allow FCPS students in grades 7 through 12 to be excused from school once a year to participate in civic engagement activities. And whereas Mr. McElveen was a passionate advocate for students, spearheading school board student leadership development program and hosting annual student advocacy and innovation workshops to teach students how to navigate local, state, and federal government policy making, and always work with enthusiastic determination to ensure and maximize the strength and success of Fairfax County Public Schools to achieve the results expected by the community and deserved by the students. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Ryan McElveen for his outstanding service and dedication to Fairfax County School Board and to our students and community members. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Strauss. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I permitted to cry as well? With that in mind, there is just so much for me to say about Ryan. If I say everything that I want to say, we may have to stay here until at least this Sunday. I am proud to call Ryan a colleague and a dear friend. Over the past 2 terms of his service to the board, both of us, as at-large members, we have been to countless concerts, theater performances, award ceremonies, sporting events, and more together in support of our students. We had an unofficial competition for attending the most graduations each year, having attended well over 120 graduations together in 8 years. Ryan has been a remarkable advocate for our students, employees, and the entire FCPS community. His passion for serving the Fairfax community is inspirational, and I know he has left a strong legacy in helping our students explore their own paths and leadership potential. He will be greatly missed around the board table, but we know his service to the community will continue in new and exciting ways. On a lighter note, I often joke that we were twins. Not necessarily do I look as handsome or youthful as Ryan, but we share many things in common. He and I both love eating, even though he's much more careful in selecting healthier food than I do, and has advocated providing healthier school food to our students. He and I are strong advocates for our world language programs and the importance of global experience. We all know how popular he is among the students who feel so close to him. He can relate to them better than anybody else. After all, he is the one who single-handedly introduced and implemented our student leadership development program. And when he gets introduced at events we attend together, he gets introduced right before me, as his last name starts with MC and mine M-O. A thunderous applause when he gets introduced, and then a death silence to follow after my name is called. But believe me, I'm so much used to that, it does not bother me at all. Another thing I have enjoyed doing is being his personal photographer. As so many students wanted to have pictures with him, I would often line up students and take pictures in a more orderly fashion. Occasionally, I meet with some sympathetic students who want to include me in the pictures as well. Thank you to those students. I have always adored him, even to the extent of singing at his wedding with a Mr. Ted Vercup, a former at-large school board member. I'm going to miss you, Ryan. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you greatly.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Strauss, would you like to
Thank
add
you.
some more?
Yes. Ryan is the youngest ever school board member. I'm the oldest. You could be my son. I will adopt you. Ryan was our first millennial generation member. It is the beginning of the turn to the next generation that is going to have to fix the world. So I stand behind you. I cheer you on. I push you forward. Ryan has the largest Twitter feed in Fairfax County Public Schools. Our students are convinced that you create the weather and are very upset when the weather doesn't turn out the way they've been promised that Ryan would know it would be a 2-hour delay or a cancellation. This evening, my granddaughter and her friends, if they could have come here tonight, would have been far more interested in seeing the famous Ryan McElvain. They didn't care about Nana. They wanted to know, could they follow Ryan on Twitter? And the answer was no, because they're too young and they don't get to do social media. Ryan is an eloquent speaker, excellent writer, very grateful for the LGBT rights that you stood up for and helped us to expand. Our focus on nutrition is important because it will impact your daughter and my grandchildren. I'm also marvel at how you can travel back and forth halfway across the world with no sleep, come back, and continue on as though you weren't sleep deprived for at least 12 hours. But you're young, and that is all very important. You take the long view on issues, and you're not afraid to speak your mind, whether the rest of us agree with you or not. But that is the kind of push that we always need. A democracy and public institutions require courageous leadership, courageous speech. So I look forward to your continued engagement in public life, and I have signed up for my Brookings Brief every day. So thank you, Ryan. It has been an absolute pleasure. Unfortunately, you don't live very far from me, so I will drop in every now and then. Thank you very much for your service.
So I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of the resolution honoring Ryan McElvain? And that motion is unanimous. It carries. Mr. McElvain, would you like to offer a few words of wisdom?
Sure, and hopefully I can get them out this time. Thank you to Il-young and Janie for your kind words. Il-young, I will just start by saying that I have beaten you in the graduation contest, I think, for the past several years. Maybe just by 1 or 2. And Janie, it is such an honor to be part of a generation that was named by your husband. After this year, I will have spent 2/3 of my life associated with this institution as a student, employee, and a school board member. And as Mr. Moon mentioned, although my looks are deceiving, I'm actually not that old. So 2/3 of my life is actually not as impressive as it sounds. But there is no institution more important to me, and that's why it's going to be very hard to leave. As you know, this year I ran for a different office and I lost. And social convention generally says that we should not talk about our failures. But that would be to the neglect of perhaps the most important skill we have learned over time that we need to teach our children in Fairfax County, which is resilience. It is the choices we make in our darkest days that most shape who we are. I've spent the better part of the past 6 months very sad in advance of leaving this institution and all of those who are part of it that I deeply respect. I say this because I want to remind our children that there is dignity in failure as long as you stand up for what you believe in. I made the choice to run for a higher office and leave this board in the hope of providing more resources to this institution that has given me so much. My colleagues and I, at this dais together, have lived through very difficult budgetary times. As I remember, Ms. Hines was perhaps the first to say that we have spent far much more of our time cutting budgets instead of investing in the future. I've had the honor to give a few graduation speeches during my time as a board member, and in them I tell of my story as a young man who, with few connections or resources, took a chance and through a mix of luck and hard work, ascended to what I view as the most consequential, albeit the most disparaged, elected position in our society. I have tried to live up to the deep responsibility that this position brings. I think my colleagues will agree that being on a school board is not for the faint of heart. It is a labor of love. It requires a deep love for the institution and a love for the community. And as we've heard referenced, in this day of social media, and no one knows that more than me, this is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week job. You do not run for and hold this office unless you care deeply for your neighbors and their most precious assets, our children. Those who, if we uphold our duty and do our jobs properly, will lead us to a better future. The most important thing about this job is the ability on a daily basis to make a positive difference in people's lives. I believe that over the better part of the last decade, we have made a greater difference in people's lives today and in the future than most people will ever have the opportunity to do. And like all of the educators in our system, we will never hear from most of the people whose lives we've touched. But we may hear from some of them many years hence. But having seen our students standing up and making their voices heard over the past 2 years at a local and global level, I am very confident we are in good hands. Colleagues, I have been blessed to share this dais with you. And I know that, I hear the timer, and I know that while our memory will soon fade from the collective conscious of our community, our policy changes and efforts we have undertaken to improve people's lives will not. From promoting healthier food and internationalization to LGBTQ rights and civic engagement among our youth. We have made many lives' worth of accomplishments in a few short years. Of course, no one is more deserving of my thanks and praise than my parents and my wife, daughter, and mother-in-law, who have put up with the long hours and endless cell phone notifications for 8 long years. I bid my last farewell with a heart filled with memories, many of which we're seeing on the screen behind us, that will last a lifetime. I can only hope that our work together has had a fraction of the impact on your lives that you have had on mine. And I will end with a quote from Winston Churchill, which I think best captures the advice I hope to leave for our remaining board members and leadership team as you embark on the battles ahead, seen and unseen. Success is not final, failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts.
now call on Ms. McLaughlin for a resolution honoring Elizabeth Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas Elizabeth Schultz was elected as the Springfield District's representative to the Fairfax County School Board and served with distinction as a member of the board for 8 years since January 2012. And whereas she served on numerous committees, including audit and public engagement, and ably served as chairman of the Comprehensive Planning and Development Committee and Public Engagement Committee, and whereas Ms. Schultz supported the Fairfax County Public Schools community by serving as the board's federal legislative liaison and liaison to the Foundation for Fairfax County Schools, Title I Parent Advisory Committee for Students with Disabilities, Human Resources Advisory Committee, Partnership for Youth, Fairfax County Planning Commission, and the Fairfax County Park Authority. And whereas Ms. Schultz worked to increase collaboration between the Board of Supervisors and the school board in developing a comprehensive approach to facilities and strategic planning, ensuring students have safe and efficient classroom space for the future in a continuously growing Fairfax County, and whereas she passionately advocated for key education areas, including student achievement, student health and wellness, fiscal responsibility, and parental rights, and sought out data-driven decisions to ensure proper direction of resources, specifically working to advance special education to ensure every child's needs are met and parents receive proper communication and support. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Elizabeth Schultz for her outstanding service and dedication to the Fairfax County School Board, and to our students and community members, I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McElveen. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your resolution? Your
I
motion?
would. I'm very fortunate tonight because the two board members that I was given to speak on behalf of are the two that I began the journey as a community advocate. And as I spoke earlier about Ms. Evans, Ms. Schultz was also right there by our side in the community when she was first trying to help save Clifton Elementary. And she joined us with the Fairfax Education Coalition, embracing the important motto that with greater accountability, transparency, and community engagement, we could make this a stronger school system for all. So I want to read a quote from the Pulitzer Prize winner, American historian, and Harvard professor, Mr. Moon. Her name is Laurel Thatcher Ulrich, and she coined the phrase back in 1976, "Well-behaved women seldom make history." And Ms. Schultz, as you and I both know, when we came on the board 8 years ago, we had quite a reputation that preceded us. And it's not always easy to be a loud voice, a courageous voice, and one that passion can be coined as something different. But what I do know, and I know the public knows, and I know that our colleagues know, you are as fierce as your Scottish heritage. You bring a love for children, for families, especially our military families, for our children with special education needs, and that you also bring a love for our employees and the goal that through our stewardship, our fiscal stewardship, we have an opportunity to deliver on our commitment to make this a better school system. What has also been an honor for me is that you know how much student discipline meant to me as a social worker who worked in the juvenile court system. And for 8 years, as everyone who has served with us during those 8 years' times knows, you were a bruiser with me in always coming to the forefront of that conversation. How do we achieve restorative justice? And so along with Ms. Evans, you were a lion in helping us truly drive this system toward restorative justice. And I am eternally grateful for your passion to make that happen. And it was also an example of you never judge a book by its cover. because so many people, when I would talk to in the community, were so surprised that our known conservative on the board, yes, I did out you, was the most liberal standing next to me when it came to student discipline and giving children a second chance. I also want to say that your analytical skills, every superintendent, the three we've served with together, bar none, know when you come to the microphone, there's a little bit of a quiver because you ask those analytical questions, you ask those data-driven questions, and it has made us a better system as well. Your commitment to helping this system understand that not only are we the 10th largest, but the 200 facilities, school buildings that we have, you helped both Mr. Plattenberg, Mr. Sneed, really again look at how can we be better at analyzing what we're doing with our facilities, and that will be another hallmark of your time on this board. And yes, I cannot forget without bringing up Veterans Day, because you, again, have been such a leading voice of talking about how we can honor our military families, honor Veterans Day, but do it in a way that still honors the holiday. And I promise you I will do my best to continue the mantle of dialogue on that one. And finally, as the last from Northern California, with very liberal parents, including a Boston father, our partnership on this board the last 8 years is not what most people would think. And yet, when I reflect on the recent passing of John McCain and how everyone spoke about the friendship that Ted Kennedy and John McCain had, because even though they could go to blows in talking about an issue, and Dr. Brabrand has watched the two of us be pretty heated with one another and marveled at it. But what I have always known is how deeply and passionately you care about making this a better school system for our children, our employees, and our families. And so while we could sometimes disagree, I am very thankful that we both understood that despite our passionate debates, there was mutual respect. And I will always respect the dedication and the service that you've brought, the sacrifices you've made as a mother of 4 young children when you joined this board and still have a young son in elementary school. And yet you have served with devotion, and for that, I, along my colleagues, are so deeply grateful that you decided to not behave so well and to help make history on this board.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your second?
Elizabeth, you and I are probably as diametrically opposed in terms of political viewpoints as two people could get. However, you, my friend, are a force. I have always admired your commitment to your beliefs and your ability to communicate them clearly, with power, and stand up for those whose voices may not be being heard. You and I joined the board at the same time, and we have been through the same trenches. And yes, we are seeing a lot of those trenches behind us. I have actually found over the past several years that you and I agree on far more than folks might think. Many of those things take place out of public view. But we've also been on the same side of the vast majority of the major public changes that we have brought to this system. And we've also been the 2 lone no votes on a number of issues as well. And I think that also speaks to the ability that this board has had to come together on the issues that matter. Start times, and many other things. And most importantly, and the main reason you know I wanted to second this amendment, is that I think I hold the record for the longest one-on-one time with Elizabeth, having undertaken an unexpected 20-hour journey with you through the western United States. And since this is the last time I will be able to share this story in this forum, I will take that privilege. So many of you may recall, back in early 2015, we had gone to San Diego for a National School Board conference. And on the way home, we were supposed to take a special secret detour to visit the school system of our soon-to-be superintendent to do a site visit. Unfortunately, we learned that our nonstop flight had been canceled, and there were only 2 seats on the other nonstop flight, which we gave to Kathy Smith and Tammy Koufax. You're welcome, if you're watching. So Elizabeth and I were rerouted through Los Angeles, then on to Denver, then to Dallas, then to Lubbock. However, However, by the time we got to Los Angeles, we learned that there was a snowstorm in Denver. So we literally got off the plane, looked around the terminal, and hopped on the flight to the closest place to Lubbock, which happened to be Albuquerque. The only problem was, once we got to Albuquerque, the only way to get to Lubbock was by car. So we went to the rental car office. We strapped ourselves in. Elizabeth said, we're going to go to McDonald's, we're going to get food, and we're not going to stop until we get there. So with no bathroom breaks for 5 hours, Elizabeth and I rode through the night. We were in such remote places that we couldn't get Sirius radio, we couldn't get anything. When we got signal, I was texting my colleagues who had made it to Lubbock, and Sandy was among those as well. Sorry, I think you had the easier, or you were coming from DC actually. But I was texting them. So one of the highlights was we passed Billy the Kid's grave. We couldn't see it because there was no light around, but we did pass it apparently. A long story short, we did make it in time to interview and speak with the community in Lubbock, and that trip produced the second superintendent that Elizabeth and I had the opportunity to work with, in Karen Garza. So I think that story speaks to the fact that Elizabeth and I are troopers. We may sometimes be on opposite sides, but we have dug through the trenches. Together we've done the hard work along with our colleagues, and we've made it to the end. So thank you, Elizabeth, for your service to our community. I've enjoyed our time together, and let's not do such a long trip again.
And with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the resolution honoring Miss Elizabeth Schultz, please. Come on. And that is unanimous. The motion carries. Ms. Schultz, would you like to speak to this honor?
I think this may be only the third time, I think, in 8 years that I'm going to read instead of speak extemporaneously. For 2.5 years prior to joining the board, I joined a unique group of politically diverse community members to address significant concerns in the school system regarding the zero tolerance in the discipline of our students, later start times, and the transparency and accountability of our FCPS budget, the use of public resources, board member communications, and significantly, the accuracy and the methodology of student membership projections and the execution of boundary processes conducted by the school system. We work together tirelessly to drive public and education policy improvements for the betterment of students, parents, families, and employees. Some of us joined the board together or in succession, and my goal over the last 8 years has been to tirelessly and relentlessly work to serve and use my professional background and my years of civic volunteer work to improve this school system by seeking strategic decision-making based on data, and meaningful data in context. I ran not to be a rubber stamp for this board or for the superintendent, and have done so unapologetically not for me, but because the children in our schools, their families, and taxpayers deserve it, and the stewardship to those taxpayers with this position demands it. Virginia code actually requires that we run this school system with not just efficiency, but utmost efficiency. While always with an eye to not let perfect be the enemy of the good, I have always wanted this board to do more and not just to talk about things. Solutions, not resolutions, are where this board's work is at the finest and the most meaningful. There are things which I have sought for and issues for which I will always be proud for working, and among them, driving the change to the 43-year practice of half-day Mondays when I was told it could not be done. When I documented that we were not meeting the state standards of quality, it became a mission. And I am grateful to Dan Paris for helping me stabilize the educational week, ensuring standardized seat times for over 100,000 students every year in 141 elementary schools, and creating protected professional development time for their elementary educators, normalizing the work week for tens of thousands of Fairfax County families. It was my first fight on the board, but it wouldn't be the last. All done in love and respect to move us forward. Addressing head-on the lack of transparency and the fact that our work sessions, when I joined the board, were not recorded, not by video, not by audio. And that there were excellent citizens like Jody Bennett who kept a personal library of videos that she personally taped for years for posterity, trying to hold this board accountable. Ensuring the graduates who are entering the military service academies, ROTC or NROTC scholarships, or entering the military upon graduation were recognized at their graduation ceremonies and got honor cords. Beginning the recognition that we have an urgent need to provide digital citizenship to our children, which is now embedded in the curriculum, but we need even more. Getting Boy Scouts recognized at our meetings, because good citizens and leaders begin with those children who engage with us as students. Moving citizen participation in our meetings to the beginning to honor and respect your time instead of holding you hostage to have to listen to us when we should be listening to you first. Identifying with my colleague, Ms. McLaughlin, the urgent need to address vaping concerns for our students and action on the part of the school system 4 years ago. Championing the move of the school system's auditor to a role that was under the school board to ensure an arm's length relationship out of necessity and best practice. Fighting for fair class sizes for all students in the division, restoration of honor classes, preserving the highest standards for our students in advanced academics, and that meritocracy and achievement is to be honored, not punished. Holding up our school system's discipline system to light, that we are not addressing boys, minorities, and students with disabilities well, and that we must do better for them and for the overall mental health and wellness of our students, that their lives are worthwhile and are a must for us to do better. Believing in the responsibility of each board member to review the entire program budget and to identify areas where we can improve, which does not always mean carrying over all of the line items and all of the actions that we've always done to the following year's budget. Fighting to recognize our experienced educators who hold bachelor's degrees and that they are mentors, seasoned educators, and are worthy of respect in our pay scales. I was fearless in discussing how the needs of our special education students are not always met like we believe that they are, and that we need to do better meeting their academic needs, acknowledging their potential, and owning when we have not served students with dyslexia, those who are twice exceptional, and those who are on the autism spectrum and or nonverbal.
proudly driving this board to focus not only on education that we must provide, but on the buildings and the trailers in which we provide it, to improve how and when we renovate, the utilization of our space in our SAC rooms, the financial differentiation of our space versus those in the county suite of infrastructure, and the safety in all of our buildings, both academic and administrative, seeking to hold the rights of families, of parents, as the primary educators of their own children paramount in this board's decisions, and that parents hold disparate cultural, religious, and educational values which deserve respect and full support of this board. Protecting children entrusted to us with respect to their right to privacy in their educational records, on social media, with digital citizenship, in personal spaces, and to learn in a bully-free, harassment-free, intimidation-free environment. For the right of taxpayers to believe their money is being well spent, is accountable, and has a nexus to accountable outcomes for students. In supporting students to not only be college-ready, but be work-ready, because we want our students to be prepared for life, to be ethical, and to be good tax-paying citizens. To recognize and be thankful for the silent staff who keep us safe in every building every day, our security personnel, who truly make FCPS the gold standard in safety and education in this nation. Beginning and maintaining the tradition of student town halls, meeting and engaging and listening to thousands of students and encouraging others to do the same, making policy informed by and with those we serve always results in better decisions. Achieving honors cords for graduation for our Eagle Scouts and our Gold Star Girl Scouts, as their achievements in being built into future leaders by these organizations is a reflection of the skills that they have acquired in part in our schools, and we are beneficiaries now and in the future of their accomplishments. And finally, that this board do more to honor those who provide the blanket of freedom under which we live every day. Those currently serving in the military and our veterans. I will always be proud that every year I fought to have Veterans Day recognized in FCPS, the only federal holiday which is glaringly left off our annual school calendar, and will always be sorry that we have not yet done so. Lastly, when I started on this board, I had a high school student, a middle school student, an elementary school student, and a special education preschool student. Today I have a college graduate, a college senior, a college freshman, and a sixth grader. On the eve of taking office, my husband was admitted to the hospital and transferred ultimately to Johns Hopkins, where I spent nearly the first month of my board service. School board members don't get a vacation. The phone rings, emails come in, and texts arrive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year. There's no off button, and that's okay because we choose to serve. But it is our families, our spouses, our children who serve with us without choice. My family has paid the highest price of my service. I didn't go overseas for 7 or 9 months at a time like my father who served in the Navy. But my hope is that my children have learned of service in a different way. I am beyond grateful for their nights without dinner, the days when our board meetings started so early and went so late that I didn't see them before I left or when I came home or before they headed off so early the next morning. We've eventually fixed that. The meals they had to learn to become self-sufficient on, the house that was not well kept, the endless conversations they suffered on sidelines of every field, grocery store trip, and church parking lot, I hope will make them better citizens in the future. We are happy to speak about what we do well on this board, and that is a good thing. But owning where we don't is the greatest opportunity for improving our educational system for children, for parents, and for employees. My greatest wish is that someone on the next board will champion the same. Thank you.
I now call on Ms. Keys Gamara for a resolution honoring Dahlia Palchik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas Dahlia Palchik was elected as the Providence District Representative to the Fairfax County School Board and has served with distinction as a member of the board for 4 years since January 2016, and whereas Ms. Palchik enthusiastically served on the Audit Committee and Comprehensive Planning Development Committee as Chairman of the Public Engagement Committee and as Board Liaison to the Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee, Foundation for FCPS, Fairfax County Planning Commission, and the Joint Environmental Task Force, and whereas she passionately advocated for equality and fair representation for all students, supporting the One Fairfax policy to promote social and racial equity, collaborating with religious organizations and working with robust commitment to her constituents, community organizations, and partners while advocating for our schools, students, and teachers. And whereas Ms. Palchik worked tirelessly in promoting 21st century learning and a whole child approach to education, ensuring all FCPS contracted employees receive at least the living wage, and advocating for increases in interpretation and translation services. And whereas, as a product of Fairfax County Public Schools, Ms. Palchik's pride in her community fueled her advocacy for environmental action, the protection of green space, and proactively addressing climate change and community involvement and volunteerism. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends not only its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Dahlia Palchik for her outstanding service and dedication to the Fairfax County School Board and to our students and community members, but also congratulations and best wishes on her new position as a member of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hines. Ms. Keys Gamara, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, gladly. Ms. Palchik. So I sat thinking, what could I say that would adequately, you don't have to take a deep breath, it's going to be okay, to adequately sum up what I have watched. And I believe I have watched you be a quiet warrior on this board. You are wise beyond your years. You listen attentively, and you are willing to learn. You encourage others to listen and to grow while they do so. There have been times, surprisingly, where perhaps our discussions may have become enthusiastically heated, and Ms. Palchik would offer a sentence or two that would bring us back to ground zero. Figuring it out and collaborating. You have the heart of a teacher, but I think also that is also a heart of a servant, with a humble form of leadership and a desire to truly make a difference. I want you to know that though I sometimes see you maybe questioning yourself, that is the definition of courage. And so I commend you for that. And I thank you for helping us to see some very important things, like making sure that we recognize how our community is changing and that so many students truly want to be on our calendar and on the map, and they want to know that they are seen. You're concerned about closing opportunity gaps and just making sure that everybody has the opportunities that you did. So I commend you for not only stepping up at a very young age, but also desiring to go forward and to work on the Board of Supervisors. Now, I want you to know that comes with some responsibility because we do have your phone number, and we will be discussing full funding on a regular basis. But more than anything, we just want you to know how very proud we are of you. And we look forward to collaborating in the future.
Ms. Hines, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure, of course. So, Dahlia, I'm glad that we're leaving the board at the same time because it would be very difficult to serve on this board without you. In 4 years, you have been a fast friend and a great partner for me. I think we all find a person or two on the board of 12, there's just sort of a mind meld, and you know that when you work together, it's going to go well. You're going to be headed in the same direction, ideologically, theoretically, and also in how you do the work. So it's been such a pleasure and a joy working with you. I will miss doing it. I tell people most of my role models are half my age, and I definitely have Dahlia in mind when I say that sort of thing. Seriously. So what was it, I don't know, 5 years ago, you called me up and said somebody suggested that I call you because I'm thinking about running for school board. And, you get that call a lot when you've been elected, and so you do it, obviously, every time. You make that appointment at Cafe Amore in Vienna for a cup of coffee, and it was a great talk. And most people follow through, but I don't think anyone has followed through the way that you did, Dahlia. I mean, just someone who takes everybody's advice, does all the work that anybody suggests, whatever the pursuit is, whatever it is you want to do, you respect and honor people's advice, and then you make a good decision on your own. You know what I mean? But I felt like you listened very well, and that's why you ran such an incredibly strong campaign. You are, as Ms. Keys-Gamarra said, you have a servant's heart. You have a resilient and a hopeful soul, and you have a very strategic mind. And you have brought these gifts to the school board, and now you're bringing them to the Board of Supervisors. And, you give them freely on the whole, and to every individual that I've ever seen you interact with as well. You have that warmth in the one-on-one that comes across in a room this large as well, which I think is a real gift to everyone. So I feel like we are fellow teachers, fellow climate action activists, and we will continue to talk a lot about that. To more coffees at Cafe Amore as we continue to conspire to push on for a better Fairfax County and a better world. This county will be just so blessed with your service on the Board of Supervisors, so Godspeed, Super Dahlia.
I will now call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion on the resolution honoring Ms. Dahlia Palchik? I think I hear the last vote running to make sure her hand is up on the stage. Yep, that's unanimous, folks. That motion carries. Ms. Palchik, would you like to offer a few words of wisdom?
Oh, I don't know about wisdom, but I will do my best. I did not want to prepare for tonight because I have terrible, terrible separation anxiety. Growing up, when my best friend's parents came to pick her up, I would hide her behind the couch so they wouldn't see her and take her home. Yes, duck, we're not going home. But honestly, knowing that I'm not going far and we're not going far just made it easier to come tonight. I didn't think I would cry, but you got me, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. As Pat mentioned, it took me about a year from the moment someone planted this little seed in my mind as a teacher who was really trying to find a way to advocate for all the kids, for the kids who followed me in FCPS, who grew up in poverty, whose parents immigrated, left everything behind to give them a better life, who fought for them to learn English and to feel the sense of belonging that maybe they didn't always feel in our community and wanted to leave a better place.
My first school board meeting was actually my senior year in high school, before we had these robot cameras, as I stood there interning for Channel 21 and videotaping our school board meetings with Ms. Strauss as the chair my senior year and Dr. Dominich in that seat. And I've never forgotten that moment, and people were surprised I actually enjoyed coming to the school board meetings. But I never imagined that I would sit up here or that I would ever be asked or knew what it took to sit up on this dais. It took a while. It's always taken a while to gain courage to share my story, because as someone I admire recently said, when you've gone through a lot and when you grew up trying to hide all of that to show a strong face and to show that you're just like everyone else, you often feel shame that you're different and you want people like you for you and not for everything you've gone through. So it's been hard. Campaign makes you do that more than you could ever imagine. And I love hearing from our students. I love hearing from our families and those who come to us to share their stories, those who share them when we ask, and those who feel like it's not even their place to share their story and to ask for what they need. To me, it's always about relationships and the one-on-one. And as someone said to me, I know it's a little scary to speak in public, and it's still a little bit scary. But when you hear what's on everyone's minds, when you see a crowd of faces in the public, you can get a better sense of what they might be thinking when you take in the time to reach out to them, to listen one by one, and to try to understand where they're coming from. I do believe leadership is about listening. I often try to make everyone happy, and unfortunately, that's an impossible task. But you can do your best to reach as many people and as many hearts as we can. Politics always seems scary and too much of a battle for someone who loves peace and harmony. But I do hope that more and others will lead who believe that leadership is about love, empathy, and caring for everyone who is in your life. Failures, I appreciate Mr. McElveen bringing that up, because failures I see are scary, but they are an opportunity. For me as a school system, I think there's so much we do well, but one of my favorite institutions, I remember when they published their first failure report, and I was working in nonprofits, and you're always trying to share everything you do well. And the idea that a group of engineers would say, you know what, we don't do everything well. And until we accept, measure, and communicate where we have failed, we're not going to improve. And so for me, absolutely, passing a One Fairfax policy of equity, a joint policy between our two largest governing bodies, let's not forget soil and water, and to come together and to say, you know what, in everything we do, we've tried and we care, and we are one of the most beautifully diverse, caring, passionate, capable communities in the world. And I've searched pretty far, and I think this is it. There's a lot we don't do well. So I'm so proud and so grateful to my colleagues, to Dr. Braybrand, to our new Chief Equity Officer, Dr. Duran, and to everyone who supported the scary idea of showing where we fail. I know it's not where we want it to be, Ms. Hines, but I think it's the first step. And I know we have a board coming on to fill 8 of these seats who are dedicated to that. I know I leave Providence in good hands with my friend and colleague, Carl. I know that some of us who sometimes feel underestimated, it's also an opportunity to surprise the world. So I do hope, I say often, I'm currently here, the only Latina, will be the first on the Board of Supervisors, and I absolutely do not want to be the last. I'm excited to see diverse voices joining this board. I'm excited to see so many coming out to join meetings, to vote. 4 years ago, we had 25% turnout in my district. This year, we had 40%. That's how important our local elections are. That's how important it is to be here to represent our community. And to those of you, especially the kids, who may not always feel like you belong, you do. Your voice matters. You deserve the best, and you deserve every opportunity that is given to everyone in our county. If we have failed you, if I have failed you, I am sorry. We have done our best. The public servants who served with me have worked tirelessly to try to do that. Thank you, Scott. I've learned so much from you, and our county is so lucky to have you back in Fairfax. I know it's been a sacrifice for your 2 boys, and I hope they know we appreciate them and you and your wife for all you do for us. Janie, thank you for your wisdom, your kindness, your leadership, and your patience. Some of us young guns come up here wanting to change everything and throw it all out, and you bring that thoughtful and caring approach to what we do. Thank you, Elizabeth, in the back, for helping us be fiery. I know I'm often afraid of the fire and of the conflict, and it means so much. Thank you, Pat, for your friendship, wisdom, and for your warrior efforts. Thank you, Ryan. People often think I'm he's the youngest. No, I'm all confused tonight. People often think that I'm the youngest, because Ryan, you're so wise. You have so much courage, and I can't imagine having done this without you. Tammy, I'm excited to continue to work both with Tammy, with Karen, on my next role. To Il-young, who sings much more beautifully than I ever will, and who's shown me that youth is ageless. It's about always having joy for what you do and having that sparkle in your eye. Thank you. Karen, it's been an honor. I'm so excited that we get to continue to work together. You do everything with such integrity and courage. I will have it one day. And I appreciate your friendship and your guidance. Megan, our personalities might be quite opposite sometimes. But please don't take that as any way other than I really appreciate that you share what's on your mind and that you have the courage to bring us to the next place. Tom, thank you. Thank you for always being kind, for caring, for making sure that we question what's in front of us, and for making us a better board. Sandy, I'm a slow reader. It takes me a while to get through things and to fully understand what's in front of me in writing. I've appreciated so much that you take the time, that you go through the documents, but that you ensure that we've all thought about things. You've helped me see things in a different light. You've helped me rethink my sometimes stubborn thinking. And you've led us so courageously, and it's been an honor to serve with you. Thank you. Kimberly, thank you for being on our board. I'm sad it's only half a year together, and I know that you've inspired other kids, other students, and you've really, truly brought, every single time you speak, thoughtful words and the voice of our students to us. Please continue to do that. That's more than I was hoping to say, but more than anything, our staff, thank you. We have some of the most incredible people I've had the opportunity to work with. Providence Community Center, come on by. Please say hello. Don't be strangers. And help us build a stronger county with our 2 boards working hand in hand. Thank you.
Let me call on Ms. Corbett Sanders for a resolution.
Whereas Tom Wilson was elected as the Sully District Representative to the Fairfax County School Board and served with distinction as a member of the board for 4 years since January 2016. And whereas during his time on the board, Mr. Wilson served as a member of the Governance Committee and the Comprehensive Planning Development Committee and worked collaboratively with other members of the school board as well as members of the Board of Supervisors. And whereas Mr. Wilson represented the work of the board by serving as the board liaison to the Community Criminal Justice Board, the Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee, the Advanced Academic Programs Advisory Committee, the Fairfax County Athletic Council, the Facilities Planning Advisory Council, as well as the Adult and Community Education Advisory Committee. And whereas Mr. Wilson strived to continue the work of the school board regarding transparency and fiscal responsibility and encouraged ongoing collaboration between the Board of Supervisors and the school board. And whereas Mr. Wilson served his community by hosting town hall meetings, open office hours, as well as meeting with students, parents, school leadership, and staff throughout the school year to ensure that every voice was heard, every school received support, and every child's needs were met. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Tom Wilson for his outstanding service and dedication to the Fairfax County School Board and to our students and community members. I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schurz. Ms. Corbett Sanders, would you like to speak to your resolution?
Yes, sir, Mr. Moon. It is a great honor to be able to speak to this resolution. Tom, you and I came on the board together. We got to know each other that first time when we took a long walk around the Mount Vernon, actually not the Mount Vernon Estate, but the Presidential Library. And I got to understand who Tom was as a person. And who Tom Wilson is as a person, he exemplified every day during the course of his office and his service to this community. Tom Wilson is a man of integrity. He is a man who cares passionately about his family, about his faith, and about his community. He's a patriot who often brings to the table wise words of wisdom that he learned from his parents, his grandparents, and from his children. And it is with great pleasure that we honor you tonight and your years of service, Tom, because you truly are a caring, loving person who approaches your work with humility and integrity. Thank you for your service.
Mr. Schurz, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I would. Tom has a unique ability to provide not only to me as a friend, but to this board, a way in thinking about decisions that we make in a way that no one else here does. He has a unique ability to lend his experience as a veteran, as an attorney, as a father in a multiracial family himself, as well as extended family, as now a foster father, that I think often holds up a mirror to some of the decisions that we make and gives us the ability to think more deeply as a school system about the ramifications of the decisions that we make that are not just for today, not just for this school year, but for the well-being of the system as a whole and putting families and children first. His unique outreach to people who didn't have an ear anywhere else on the board. People who were not his constituents, people who would call him on the weekend, people who would call him about complicated issues and willing to take up difficult issues and bring them to the board and say, look, I really think that we got to be thinking about this. Lend to this board a soul and an intelligence and a passion that is going to be missed on this board. As one of the only men on this board, the numbers are dwindling. I know you all kind of clung together as the stronger women found their voice and the microphone often. But you're like the old commercial, you know, when Tom speaks, people listen. And your words were powerful. They had meaning to this board. They had meaning to the families and to the employees that you served by giving them a voice when no one else would. And they will remember, and I will remember, and the system is better for having you here.
So let me now call for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. The vote is unanimous. The motion passes. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Let me check the time here. Okay, this looks like tonight we're going to spend 3 hours before we get to business. Something I've always commented on throughout my 4 years is how much time we spend doing resolutions. But tonight, I got to say that hearing all of the aching hearts, and I hope that everybody watching can really feel the sense of reluctance as the departing members move off the board and into their lives beyond the school board. It is truly a sincere feeling that these board members have, and I do too. I did serve in the military and during Desert Storm, and experiences like that where you are standing at the end of a runway and fighter jets are taking off above your head bonds you to the people you're with. That stress brings you together. But honestly, serving on this board, while it's not always terrifying, although occasionally terrifying, it is a highly pressurized environment where you have to make very difficult decisions, and the ideas you put forward are going to be tested in the crucible of the public discussion and the discussion on this board. And whether we agreed with each other or not, the board bonds. The board becomes like a unit in the service. We don't all get along with each other, but we're all equal members, important members of this board. And somebody told me when I joined the board that from here on out I get to learn what it feels like to be a speed bump. And I have to admit that there were meetings where I felt like I was learning the meaning of a phrase that democracy is two wolves and a sheep discussing what they're going to eat for dinner, and then having a vote. And so I did experience that, but I also experienced, really the great talent that every individual on this board brought. And so just very quickly, I know that the time is getting late, and everybody who's here tonight, I appreciate you coming, and thank you to everybody in the Sully District for the honor of serving you, and especially to my family and my wife in particular, Carrie. That is the greatest sacrifice that is given, is the families that have to support us in the midnight hour meetings and weekends and sometimes crazy phone calls and never-ending discussions about community issues. So Sandy, I just want to compliment you. As I think I told you during my term, you clearly established yourself as the most tenacious of all board members, taking on very difficult challenges and bird dogging them all the way across the finish line, including one thing tonight which will go unsung in the annals of the board. But Sandy Evans pushed across a total revision and review of the governance manual that we're going to vote on tonight, a job that I actually didn't think could be accomplished, but she did. And to Megan McLaughlin, really, just a tremendous amount of compassion, always in situations where often most of the board had already come to terms on a person, and you inevitably came forward with a very compassionate perspective that resonated with me and many others on the board often, and so I thank you for that. And for Karen, you joined the board after a dear friend of mine left, but I have to say that you brought such a new and unique voice, especially on issues of juvenile justice, which we don't see so much here on the dais because we discussed them in the back room, but it was a tremendous breath of fresh air, and that expertise that you brought was very helpful to the board. And Il Young, I know that it was commented that you are very smart, and I would agree with that, that in this case the Harvard degree matches your intellect, and you really did bring clarity of thought often in meetings, particularly back in the closed sessions again, where we would get bogged down on something, and Il Young often was able to kind of clear cut through to the issues that were of most concern. And Karen Corbett Sanders, the grace that you brought as leader of the board was much appreciated by me, and the calmness that you brought even in difficult situations, I greatly appreciated. Ryan, you always brought an amazing sensitivity, particularly to people who were somewhat marginalized in the community, and I appreciated that every time that you were willing to speak up and speak out loudly for those people and students in our community. And Dahlia, you mentioned it yourself, leadership with empathy and humility. I mean, really, that is a tremendous quality, something that I mentioned at that first retreat that we had as a board, that the most important quality that all of us could have as leaders was to try to develop our own personal humility on every issue, and you certainly did that, and how you approached issues and discussed them with me on many occasions. Pat, I think maybe you brought, as a teacher, you brought a lot of that experience, but I actually think what I'll remember is some of that legal experience that you learned early in your life. You're very analytical and able to bring sort of dispassionate analysis to topics, again, allowing us to move forward in discussions sometimes that we're bogging down. Janie, your knowledge of the history of this board really helped us to, sometimes we'd have topics and you'd be like, well, when we did this 10 years ago, this is what we did, and everybody suddenly had a frame of reference on how we might look at issues, and that experience will be greatly missed by the next board. And finally, Elizabeth, you were always a staunch ally of mine, and one of the issues that I talked about over and over and over was an emphasis on the families and really emphasizing the rights of parents in our school system, and how important it is to validate parents and to allow them to have that continuing voice in the education of the children and nurturing that involvement and that voice of parents. I just think it's so important. The challenge of this generation is really manifest in a lot of what we see in our culture, and I think the solutions will in fact come from the reestablishment of the strong families. And we just absolutely have to figure out a way as a school system to promote that and to support that in our schools. So again, thank you to everybody. This has been a really wonderful evening for me to sort of hear all of the great things that made this 4 years very special to me, and I know that Sully District will be in good hands with my successor. Thank you.
I would like to invite board members to gather in front of the dais for one last photo, and then invite family members, friends, and staff to join us for a second photo. Yes, please do. Bring your resolution. Bring the pretty one. I guess bring your pretty one, yes.
Slide right in between that. Perfect. Megan, slide right there. Karen, slide right between. Come on in a little bit. Perfect. This looks great. Okay. Holding them up. There we go. If you could tip them forward a little bit so they don't end up like a mirror. There we go. That's perfect. Okay. Looking right here. Let's take 3. Okay, ready? Nice big smile. 1. Slides out in the back. Oh, you're getting the slides. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah. 2, nice big smile. And 3. That's perfect. Thank you.
Now we want all of the family and friends. Please come down. Come on in.
Okay.
Staff and staff. Staff friends too. Actually, we did.
I haven't done this yet.
Yeah, we did it. Come on, everybody.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it. Dr. Brayburn, could you slide on that side to even us out? Thank you, sir. There you go. Thanks. Okay, looking right here, we're going to take 3 nice big smiles, looking right up. Nice big smiles. Ready? 1. Yep. Ready? 2. And 3. Thank you. And I believe, do we want to do? Yeah.
Family hour. Family hour.
pretty good. Okay, everyone looking right up here. We're going to take 3. Hold up those flags. There we go. And perfect. They look good. Okay, looking right here. Nice big smiles. Ready? 1, and 2, and 3. Thank you so much.
Yes. What a wonderful start of the evening. Thank you all so much for making this such a great celebration. And I do want to personally thank our clerks for all of the incredible hard work that they have put into making this a memorable occasion. What we're going to do is, if we can just take a 2-minute break so people can kind of resettle things, and then we will pick up with Ms. Boateng offering her student representative remarks. So 2 minutes for people to just kind of get settled, please.
Bless you.
Got a business card. How much longer is that email going to work? Give good remarks.
To the table, please.
Karen, I'm going to text you something. Can you read it before tomorrow? I don't know. Before you make any decisions tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have I do need at least 7 members at the table. We got one more. 7. Okay. Ms. Boateng, would you like to share student representative matters, please?
Good evening, everyone. I'm just gonna keep it short because I feel as if everything that I wanted to say has already been encapsulated by what the board has already said. What just happened? All right. So I also want to honor the outgoing members, and I just want to say it's been a pleasure working with everyone this year. And I've been on the board for maybe 4 or 5 months, maybe 3 of them where I've actively been doing things. And even though I've had less time with the outgoing members as the other representatives, I'm still grateful for the time. Oh, that's what happened. Okay.
Bringing down the house.
Oh, it's been a night. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I'm still grateful for the time that I was able to share working with everyone. And sometimes when I talk about my job, or I don't call it a job, this is just me. Some people like to call the board members my colleagues, and I think that's so weird. So I actually think of them as my mentors. And because regardless of how much I've interacted with every board member, because I've interacted with everyone in differing amounts, every single person here has had an impact on me and has shaped me into surprisingly a completely different person than I've came on the board. And I feel as if I've grown as an individual. And kind of to wrap everything up, it's been a pleasure working with everyone. And actually, I never thought I'd be crying on live television, but it happened. And I'm not upset about it because it's worth it. And it's really wonderful to have been able to work and see everyone. And it's going to be it's kind of funny thinking about the next time I'm up here is going to be different. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of harrowing. But I want to wish everyone a happy holidays and make sure that you guys all get the rest that you guys deserve, because you guys all did tremendous work, and it was wonderful being a part of it with you guys. Thank you.
So along those lines, Kimberly, Mr. McElveen has a wonderful tradition with our student reps, and he would like to fast track it this year.
So
It's not that wonderful. Just hold on.
so, yes, we've made it very clear that we're leaving you, and so as a result, we could not leave without presenting you with something critical for every college student to hang on their dorm wall, which is photos of all of us. So, and Ben Press left, but Ben Press had one of these. So, yes, I will be bringing this over to you, and I know I speak for all my colleagues in saying that you have been a wonderful and model student representative. The passion you bring to the work has been so impressive. So, best wishes.
So Kimberly, we know you're not heading off to college next year, so we think you should put this in your dining room. I know your parents will love it.
Ryan's a good one.
That's right.
No, it's going everywhere.
Carry it around with you.
So I now call on Dr. Brand for the presentation of the Capital Improvement Program. Recognizing that there will be a new board who will be discussing the Capital Improvement Program and be participating in the public hearing process in January, I suggested that we will do this as an abbreviated presentation tonight and have a more detailed presentation at the work session. So thank you, Ms. Gillis, for being here. Dr. Brabrand.
Yes, just a reminder too, we will expedite it tonight, but I want folks to know there is a CIP public hearing January 7th. Then we have a work session on the CIP January 13th, and the CIP will be brought back to the board for action on January 23rd. That's what it's scheduled for now. It's my high privilege and honor to bring to you our director, Jessica Gillis, who will present this year's CIP and a lot of the enhancements that we've done to the CIP, even over what we've done from last year.
Thank you. So the CIP annually reviews current student membership and facilities data in order to identify future capital requirements, new construction, capacity enhancements, renovations, and potential site acquisitions. The identified needs are included in the schedule of projects for the 5-year time frame, and the capital cash flow tracks the funding allocation for these projects. Student membership has increased by 992 students from last year to this year. The highest increase was at the high school level. Again, our birth to kindergarten ratio remained at 87%, and the number of total births in the birth rate has been on the decline since 2008. We had about 19,000 student transfers, which is 10% of our student population, and the top transfer categories were for the advanced academic program, special education program, and the student transfer regulation. Our total net migration was a decrease last year of 357 students, which would be new in or out of the school system. This year, we had an increase of 1,725 students. For our student membership projection, our 5-year projection overall, we have a contracted growth. Housing growth of development that has already been approved or is under construction has been included as part of our outputs, but housing growth will remain high and primarily in the multifamily residential units, which typically yield smaller numbers of students. Demographic shifts are a driver, particularly that decline in birth rate. Elementary membership is expected to decline, and future growth is expected at the middle and high school levels, which is where we're seeing the capacity pressure. Our funding sources: general obligation bond funding at $180 million a year. This funds major capital projects such as renovations, additions, and modular additions. Transfers from the Fairfax County Public School Operating Fund of $10 million for routine and major maintenance and $2.7 million for overcrowding. An annual transfer from the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors of $13.1 million for infrastructure management. The top 5 fiscal year 2019 expenditures from the routine major maintenance transfers include playground equipment, repairs and installation, asbestos removal, concrete repairs, boiler repairs, and floor tile installation. The top 5 expenditures from the infrastructure management projects that were funded from the transfer by the Board of Supervisors include roofing replacement, HVAC replacement, IT infrastructure, ADA facilities, and athletic infrastructure replacement, asphalt replacement, safety and security expenditures, which were tied for 5th. Our new construction, we have currently funded Northwest County Elementary School, which is on the McNair Elementary School site, and a Fairfax Oakton area elementary school with the site to be determined, as well as the Silverline area elementary school with planning funds. We also have funded 2 modular relocations and additions at Justice, Madison, and West Potomac High Schools. Projects beyond this 5-year horizon include a future Western High School and 5 new and/or repurposed sites, including Dunloring, Pimmott Hills, Route 1 Elementary School, Tyson's Elementary School, and Virginia Hills. Our total 5-year requirement for our 5-year cash flow is $1.072 billion. We have approximately $500 million funded and $573 million unfunded. Our total 10-year requirement is $2.1 billion. Capital projects that are funded by bonds that have been approved include 6 elementary schools, which are currently under construction, 12 elementary schools in planning, 2 middle schools under construction, 2 middle schools in planning, 2 high school renovations under construction, and 4 high schools in planning, which include 1 high school renovation, Falls Church, and 3 high school additions. Renovations that we recently completed include Holland Meadows, Waynewood, and White Oaks Elementary School, as well as West Springfield High School. We have a significant amount of new content this year. The capacity utilization tables and maps reflecting schools with and without modulars for both current and projected capacities. These can be found in the membership and capacity comparison section. The resources section includes tables with elementary and middle school AAP center assignments. The schools listing in the appendix has been expanded to include additional information on temporary classrooms, modular square footage, and feeder schools, both to and from. Similar to the schools listing, information for administrative support sites and centers is new to this year's CIP. This year's CIP also contains a 10-year accuracy of the past projections for each school. This shows the difference between the projected and actual membership from past CIPs. A 10-year history of capacity, membership, and capacity utilization for each school has also been included. Tonight was a high-level presentation, and we look forward to a deeper conversation with the board at our work session on the 13th.
Thank you, Ms. Gillis. That was a very succinct but powerful presentation, so we appreciate it. I have a number of my board members that would like to make a few comments. I am reminding everybody that we will be having a public hearing on the 7th and a more in-depth discussion on the 13th. Ms. Strauss.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm sorry that I'm leaving the board. Just this exciting time for the CIP. I just need to represent my community and say that they're looking forward to the final decision on the boundary change. And I have 2 questions. One is, when will the notes from the 2 community meetings be up on the website for a portal? And then I just need to express that I know from the McLean community's perspective that after obviously the boundary change and all, we understand the impact of all of that, that they are hoping at some point that they would also get an addition, just as Justice and Madison and West Potomac, if in fact that is warranted as we go down the road. So I promised that I would mention that. When will the community get the update from the meetings?
The comments, I believe they're under review. If they haven't been posted already, we've all reviewed to make sure that everyone saw them. The director level, I believe that they're just waiting to be posted at the assistant superintendent level. I'm not sure.
Okay, so
we
we
have
should
them
see
all
the posting pretty
categorized.
soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, we have reviewed and believe those have been posted, but I will follow up during the meeting just to make sure.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
I believe Ms. Hines was first.
Okay, Ms. Hines? They
Thank
all
you.
seem to come up at the same time.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Quick question. I'm just wondering, and I haven't been through every page of it, so maybe it's in here and I don't see it. I see discussions about sustainability, environmental sustainability in, I think it's on page 14 and 15, 16, where we talk about policies and regulations. Is there anything else in the CIP that speaks to sustainability, alternative fuels, renewable energy, anything like that?
We have an environmental sustainability section.
Is it in here?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell me where?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go grab my copy.
I'm sorry. I was looking for it. My bad. Oh, so it's, okay.
Sorry, I don't have the page
It's
numbers.
back in resources. I'm sorry. I see. So I think it's page 94. Is that right? Or 194. 194. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I appreciate it. I don't want to take too much of your time to talk about it, but I appreciate that it's in there. Thank you.
Yes, page 94, 194, and it's several pages around our efforts around environmental sustainability and reduction of energy and renewable energy. So we'll be glad to take any comments that you have on that as we move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Braber. I really appreciate all that information being in here.
Do you have anything more, Ms. Hines? Okay. Ms. Schultz?
So I do have some practical observations in the pages where we do the 10. First of all, let me just say, 8 years, 10-year membership history for each school is phenomenal. This is a major step forward in accountability, and I thank Dr. Brabrand and Mr. Plattenberg, who's at his son's graduation, and all of facility staff are getting this done. This is a major, major improvement, and I mentioned it in my comments that, even before I was on the board, the student projection methodology, this is awesome. On a very practical note, I don't think it would cost us any space to increase the font size on these. And I'm not saying anybody's old.
We have a lot of younger members coming on the board.
I'm just saying, I just think it makes the document more friendly. I mean, I know that a lot of people might look at it electronically, but height-wise, I think either a different font or definitely bigger would help.
Thank you.
Also, on the pages that follow that, starting at page 291, the 5 regions, I would suggest, and I know this is not unfamiliar territory, that we show totals for the temporary classrooms.
Sure.
So we only have the numbers, and then somebody would have to hand tabulate. And can I ask, on the definition of temporary classrooms, do we define what a temporary classroom is here? Because that's not a quad, correct?
We do. We have it in the glossary section in the appendix.
Okay. But then it's going to be uniform for each school what a temporary classroom is?
Sure. So a temporary classroom, the difference between a modular and a temporary classroom, we have both of those identified in our glossary. So a temporary classroom, a temporary facility, trailer classrooms, as they're also known, temporary buildings that are installed on the grounds of schools to provide additional classroom space. Temporary classrooms sit on permanent foundations but do not have plumbing utilities. Temporary classrooms are not included in the calculation of school design or program capacity.
Okay. And then another suggestion, which I haven't seen, but I haven't had a lot of time with the document yet, do we identify the number of SAC classrooms that are brick and mortar and trailer at each of the elementary schools?
We don't have that identified separately in the CIP. We do have it in our dashboard, and then we also have identified if we have SAC programs on our dashboard with our facilities.
I would suggest that that this may be, I don't know where may be appropriate, and I'll let you guys decide, but I do think it's appropriate because we're talking especially in the relationship and the issue of the CPDC and working with the Board of Supervisors. Sure. I think it's important to identify it. It's important for that conversation to be talking about public infrastructure and be publicly identifying which SAC rooms are brick and mortar, which really need to be converted. That will help us, I think, in the renegotiation of the MOU with the Board of Supervisors, and it'll also help us track why some of the SAC classrooms are brick and mortar as opposed to a trailer, if there is a trailer, as opposed to children going to school during the day outside a brick and mortar classroom. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. I follow. Dedicated classroom space.
Okay. So those are top level observations. I'm looking forward to spending a little bit more time with this before the end of the year and providing more comments. I know that my overarching comment is going to be, and it was not included in my comments, we have a major resource stewardship issue with unused facilities. And if you thought you were going to get through the last school board meeting without me mentioning Clifton Elementary, you're wrong. We have children who are in overcrowded classrooms, who go to school in supersized schools, at distant locations on longer bus rides. This is an environmental issue. It is a resource stewardship issue. It is a taxpayer accountability issue, and it is a fairness and equity issue that children are taken out of a school boundary that is larger than the size of 5 of the magisterial districts in our county. That is the size of the Clifton Elementary original boundary. 40 square miles is bigger than 5 magisterial districts. It is not fair that we are now almost 10 years later and our children are still suffering for the lack of our resource stewardship and the provision of equity and the rightness of a community to have a school. It isn't right, it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed in the CIP. Thank you.
I have Ms. McLaughlin, but before I go to you, Ms. McLaughlin, I would remind my colleague, Ms. Schultz, that we had a follow-on action item about the, that should have been in here, which was the assessment of the Clifton Elementary. And so those follow-on action items will certainly be pursued. Ms. McLaughlin.
So briefly, I guess I have 2 questions. First of all, the board received notice that we were to be scheduled for 2x2 meetings in January.
Correct.
For 1 hour. And so, Dr. Brabrand, I have concerns about that. When you're talking about especially bringing 2 board members in from 2 different magisterial districts where we have about 38 schools in each of our magisterial districts, and we're going to have 1 hour shared, and we have all these new board members to talk about it, I was a little surprised. So I wish Mr. Plattenberg were here, but I'm so thrilled he's celebrating such an important family occasion. So Jessica, you get the lucky spot here tonight. It's not to be just, necessarily solved tonight because I know how late the hour is, but I do want to just offer for my colleagues and for staff and the superintendent, I don't really understand how this structure got set up, but I don't necessarily think that's going to be the most helpful way, especially again with 8 brand new board members that we're reviewing something as important as the CIP, and we've been allotted an hour for 2 board members to discuss it with staff. So I would just like maybe some reflection on that, and maybe we'll have to figure out how to build in a little more time with those time slots. So I wanted to kind of give that.
So I can actually take that over here, Ms. McLaughlin. So We wanted to model some meetings with the school board, model those after our Office of School Support meetings where Mr. Greenfelder and RAS had a conversation about student achievement data. And so Dr. Brabrand and Dr. Ivy asked me and Mr. Plattenberg to schedule those meetings with school board members so that we could begin to have some conversations about the CIP and actually have some conversations in this first round with new school board members to actually acquaint them a bit better with the CIP. So we were following that model that we've used in the past with the Office of School Support, understanding that we have a very tight window in January to meet with school board members, but we can certainly consider doing individual meetings or even extending the time. So we were just trying to be expeditious and try to present as much information as we could in a short amount of time.
I appreciate that, Mr. Smith, but just a little more context on that. I know when we met with Mr. Greenfelder on the Project Momentum within our magisterial districts, because the regions don't align with our magisterial boundaries, I actually had 3 separate meetings that each were at least an hour, if not an hour and a half. So technically on the Project Momentum, I think I invested probably 4.5 hours. So sharing a 1-hour meeting on the CIP definitely caught my attention of thinking, are we adequately having this time? And so it's just more for reflection for people to think about before we get too far ahead, because come January 23rd, this brand new board's got to vote on something important. The CIP, as we've known, is extremely important. And in fact, when I first joined the board 8 years ago, we used to vote on the CIP, new business to old business, in 2 weeks. And finally, we said, you know what, that needs to be extended, and it needs to not happen right on the heels of the budget. And so I know we're trying to continue to improve. So I do want to echo the compliments of Ms. Schultz that we greatly appreciate the continued improvements, Dr. Brabrand, on the CIP document. It just continues to get better and better, and that's a real reflection on you and Mr. Plattenberg and Jessica's leadership in that area. But I also want to capture and reinforce what Ms. Schultz said. I certainly am hearing in the Braddock District, people are very concerned about the overcrowded SAC wait lists. And in my 8 years on the board, Ms. Schultz, again, you've been a leading voice in saying, how do we, get back to utilizing those classrooms, not just during the day, but I think we need to, that's been the push-pull. People say, why don't we add more SAC? Well, the schools don't want to give up more classrooms to SAC because it's been this kind of all or nothing. So, Ms. Palchik, I am so excited that we actually have like a future supervisor sitting in our midst right now. So I hope that you'll also help carry that to the Board of Supervisors, that it's fantastic what we do in this county to offer not just great public education, but also after school and before school care for our working families. But for too long, we haven't, I think, been as proactive as we need to be. I think the MOU hasn't been looked at in quite some time.
Are you done, Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, just that I do want to wrap up by saying, because Mr. Plattenberg's not here, but you can all tell him, Dr. Brabrand, I have so appreciated my service on this board with Mr. Plattenberg's leadership. He is incredibly collaborative, and Jessica, you've been a great partner stepping in on that. But given where it was for me 8 years ago, and I'm again looking at Ms. Schultz because she's right in my line of sight, it's deeply appreciated how Mr. Plattenberg partners with us as board members on dealing with something as important as facilities and boundaries. And I wanted to make sure I echoed that appreciation tonight too.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Before I go to Ms. Palchik, Dr. Brabrand, did you want to comment on the meetings?
Real briefly, Mr. Smith is working with the county around the SAC issue. It is one of the things we're talking about. We know, we've heard from the board that they'd like to see some additional innovation in that area. And I want to thank Mr. Smith, Mr. Plattenberg, and Ms. Gillis for working together. Look at this CIP from 5 years ago and look at it now. That's the kind of effort when we work together as partners we can take something and elevate it and help the board and the community, and we'll continue to work with you all on those matters.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Palchik?
Thank you. First, a couple of high-level things. Thank you, Ms. Gillis. I am just astounded to see the level of detail. I'm looking forward to spending quite a bit of time with this new CIP, looking at the new page 46, which has changed, I believe. But I really appreciate being able to see here without modulars. I think that's huge because we don't often see some of our schools, including, Mosby Woods would be at 147%, I believe, or 46%. And several of our elementary schools that this shows a fuller picture. And I know on a chart you also have highlighted with the projections, with the projected capacity enhancements as well, right? I believe around page 54. That's also helpful to know some of these projections once we do improvements like McNair Elementary, the addition. I guess what I'm seeing here on the bigger frame, it looks, our high school and middle school is where we're seeing the largest projected growth. And then also with our current high schools, I don't see how without additional high school, we're going to be able to get our numbers where we need them to be. Most of our schools, I think except for one at this point, are above 80%, if not much higher, with Oakton projected 120% after renovation, or around there. So there's a lot here. Absolutely going to the new board. This will be on my desk, and I look forward to working with colleagues on both boards as we address this. I know on the schools committee, little things, but Ms. Evans and Ms. Corbett-Samanders and I have worked to ensure that, and with you, Ms. Gillis, at minimum, we know if any surplus land, the school board knows about it, at the same time any other county agency knows about it, and that we start to really look at more closely how development and really just changing neighborhoods impact our schools. That being said, I know you're planning the 2x2s. I plan to do this with my school board colleague. Perhaps, large meetings are helpful, but perhaps, and I will encourage my new colleagues to look at this. If we could get a copy for all the Board of Supervisors, a binder, I think would be really helpful for all of our colleagues so we can really sit down with our partners and look at these together. And see what's happening.
We can take care of that. I'd be glad to.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Ms. Palchik, one of the commitments that the chair of the Board of Supervisors has said is that he wants greater collaboration on the CIP between the two boards. So I think that
Yes.
We can look forward to
Absolutely. And I know we talk about full board, and I just want to make sure we're doing more of this, looking at them together. Definitely. And then there was one minor thing. Now I've lost my new pages, but Woodburn Elementary in one of the projection maps, I think it should be bright red or orange, and it wasn't in one of them. So I will try to find that page for you. I seem to have lost it. Oh no, here it is, 88. I think Woodburn on 88 should be bright red. It is on the next page. And just seeing in the Providence area how many red schools there are that are over capacity. So looking forward to helping address it. I know we have several buildings that are not currently being used as schools that we absolutely need to consider opening as soon as we can. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palchik. I have Ms. Schultz for a brief go back.
So just a couple small things. One, thank you for putting West Springfield, maybe our, feather in our cap renovation that I know of today on the front. I didn't realize that at first, and I want to acknowledge them because they went through a lot. Two, looking at this calendar, I'm going to say, in all fairness to incoming board members, I don't recall what my indoctrination was that first year, but frankly, I think one work session with a new board and action at the subsequent meeting is insufficient. It's unfair to them. You are talking something that not only has a significant magnitude, there are a lot of moving parts. We've talked about increased collaboration with the Board of Supervisors, and there are new pieces to the CIP with which the public are unfamiliar. And I frankly, between the public hearing and they're going to be hearing at a public hearing about a CIP that they haven't even had a work session on. And I think about the classroom condition, they're going to be being hit at a public meeting without ever having been taught. You know, the work session is the teaching, and they're getting up to speed, and there's a lot of people that need to get up to speed. And this is very complex. So, you know, somebody else will have to decide the calendar, but I would highly suggest giving the courtesy of a new board 2 work sessions, because there's no way they're going to be able to get through this and have questions answered. And I frankly think you need a time to get information. They need time to process what they hear from the public. Then they have a work session. There's going to be some next steps. I think you need to work out what needs to be fixed, but then you go right into passing it, and that's insufficient. That being said, I do want to emphasize that the changes that are here in terms of identifying schools with and without trailers, the space, the projections, the student projections over time, this is one of, you know, it's late, it's our last board meeting. This is a significant accomplishment. And yes, you know, probably more than any board member here or our previous board, I have spent the most time on facilities. My original background was commercial real estate development. But understanding strategic decision-making and planning happens when you have a transparent document that the public can follow and that you're reporting historically accurate information. And I know this was hard on staff. I know I've been pushing you for a long time. And this information needs to get back to Jeff in you know, courtesy to Kevin Sneed, who is not with us anymore. Not with us, but I mean, he's not with the system anymore. He's retired. This is a major accomplishment, and this will live on in terms of benefiting you, Dr. Brabrand, your staff, the public, and this next board. So give them the courtesy of the time in the calendar is my suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Those are wise words, and certainly I had raised with Dr. Brabrand earlier this week some concerns about making sure that we had sufficient time on the one-on-one meetings, especially with the incoming board members, to be able to go through this CIP. So we will build that in. Okay. Ms. McLaughlin has a brief statement, and then...
just going again on what Ms. Schultz said, and it caught my eye with the calendar listed up here above. Our families are just coming back from the winter break on Monday the 6th. So it really concerns me that we ended up scheduling a public hearing the day after winter break ended. And I don't even suspect, as we're going into winter break starting tomorrow, that our families even realize this is on the radar. So again, I know it's been scheduled. It is what it is. I would ask board members, all 12 board members, while you're still serving till December 31st, please consider sending out just a quick email note, keep in touch, and news you choose to your constituents, just alerting them that the CIP has been posted and that we will be having this public hearing, because I'll be curious to see how many people are thinking to sign up over the holidays for this public hearing, and we missed the opportunity for getting robust community input this way.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. So with that, I would urge, I know some of us have already made our community aware of the CIP, and some of the, this is similar timing as we've had every year, where it's usually presented immediately before the holidays, and which is an improvement because it used to be all done in the month of January. I know that we have some challenges with when we have to turn the CIP over to our counterparts in the county. What is that date? Is that February 1st?
I'm not sure.
It is in February. We have a meeting tomorrow with the county to have further discussions.
So, Mr. Smith, if you could share with the chair the outcome of those discussions as far as timing, and then we'll work on if we can have any flexibility. But those one-on-one meetings are going to be critical. And I wanted to personally thank you, Ms. Gillis, because especially in the area of the projections. That is something where you've taken great leadership in addressing the concerns that this board has brought to you over time, and the level of detail and the intentionality in which you personally have approached building out the CIP is greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
And to remind my colleagues, the board will hear comment at the CIP public hearing scheduled for January 7th, and the speaker sign-up will open tomorrow at 6 a.m. The CIP will be discussed at the January 13th work session, and action is scheduled for January 23, 2019. Thank you, Ms. Gillis.
Thank you.
Or, no, 2020, you're correct. I'm sorry. Typo. So now we get to the mid-year budget review, and I call on Ms. McLaughlin for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the school board approve revenue and expenditure changes reflected in the FY 2020 mid-year budget review as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Moon. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your motion?
I do appreciate that the school board did have a work session discussion about the mid-year budget review. There's not a substantial change to this request of action, primarily that we're looking at bringing security cameras to our middle schools where they have not had the funding. And one of the things that why this is being supported by the middle school principal associations is because there was a security review that was done and determined that this would help enhance security. I do look forward to hearing our colleagues who may have diverse perspectives on this, but I will say that one of the things that's important to me and why I will support the security cameras is that our country is moving toward body cameras on police officers for a reason. It protects police officers, it protects society and the community. When you have camera video, it isn't then some person's word against another person's word. It's the opportunity to have the video footage. And so there are, when we look at being able to protect students and or faculty who could be wrongly accused of action, the videotaping it does provide some benefit to that. I have not heard in my district concerns from families about the video cameras that we have at the high school level, and given that our State Office of Safety and Security determined that this would be a safety enhancement, I'm supportive of the superintendent's proposal for that. The second piece that's in this mid-year budget review is to have basically a budget set aside for staffing for the incoming board. There has been no determination at this time of exactly how the funds would be used. That will be for the new board's discussion. However, after 8 years of service on the board, I certainly have seen more so the tremendous growth in the emails and public requests for our time and attention, phone calls coming in, and the ability to best serve our constituency. In addition, when we look at our Board of Supervisors, I'm very pleased that they have been supportive of the fact that while they have staffing and funds of about $500,000 for each of their offices in order to serve the constituency with multiple staff members, right now the school board shares basically 1/2 of an executive assistant. That doesn't really allow us to have a staff member who gets to work side by side along with us in our districts, goes to our community meetings, comes to our work sessions, comes to our joint meetings with the Board of Supervisors, becomes subject matter expertise in the areas affecting our district, and help us best serve our constituency. The Board of Supervisors have that support. They're supportive of us having that. This is an elected board now of, 25 years? It is time, and again, what I'm just asking my colleagues to do is support this mid-year budget action. You are not greenlighting anything other than allowing the next board to have the discussion. The funding that's being pulled from the emergency reserves from the school board, $8 million reserves, I have no doubt at all that how much the $600,000 may not even be pulled from that amount, but either way, it will certainly not prohibit this board from continuing to meet its financial obligations. But it is time. It is time for this board to respect itself and to respect this request to put this line item and these reserve funds available for the next board to determine how best to serve the community.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. Moon?
I have nothing more to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Schultz?
So there are things in this mid-year budget review, the latter, which my good colleague from the Braddock District was just bringing up, which is support for staff for this board, which are sorely needed and have been sorely needed. They have not been supported by all members of this board in the past, and if the winds of change have finally blown towards that, that will serve this board well. I'm completely in support of this. I am vehemently opposed to middle school cameras. Cameras inside the schools do not make the schools safer. We know, for having sat in those backroom and discipline cases, how few, if rarely ever, a single angle from a camera does without audio and from that single angle of improving our discipline decision outcomes. You want to create barriers outside of schools to make schools safer and increase the perimeter. You know, as I was in DC yesterday and went past the FBI and the White House and numerous other federal buildings, you know, the barriers that they create outside their buildings stop people from getting in. And there's a later amendment that talks about increasing enhanced security at vestibules. That's smart. You want to do it and have barriers like other states do to the perimeter of a school, that's smart. But this is a major civil liberties issue for minor children that are compelled by law to be in buildings, and that you then collect information in the event that they do something wrong, and now you have the ability to punish them because you captured it. And then you claim that you've made the school safer. It is a complete red herring to security for children. It disproportionately, we know, violates or causes children to be caught up in the discipline system who are boys, who are minorities, and who have special education needs. Special education children at a rate of 40% make up our discipline cases. Who do you think is going to be the least likely to think about in advance where a security camera is and avoid it so they don't get caught? It's going to be the students with disabilities. So your percentage is going to go up. I cannot believe people who sit at this dais and who profess to be in support of civil liberties are going to talk about the fact that making schools safer means using government resources to document the movements of little children and then ultimately use that to discipline them. So I'm not going to support the overall motion. I beseech you to think about what you're doing and how we can better use the public's money to actually make our schools safer, how you can create those barriers outside the building and at the entrance of the building, and in support of more security staff to help our schools be safer. But government cameras on little children is a bad civil liberties issue, and I'm not going to support the overall motion because of that.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually do appreciate this mid-year budget discussion, and I want to talk specifically about two things, and I'll start with the cameras. As many of you know, in my work, I go into schools across this region, across Northern Virginia. And cameras have become commonplace. It's my understanding, although I don't work directly with that particular aspect of the law, that the law has a different view of what civil liberties are in the school setting. And so that worries me less. Where I gather comfort is it's not only about catching somebody when they do something, but it's also a way that we can help to even protect our employees, right? We've had all these discussions about nonverbal students who need special education, who need to be protected. And we can have the kind of line of sight when there is interaction where employees are involved. And I have had a great deal of consternation and heartburn over some things that have happened very recently. And I think that this can be an accountability measure. I can tell you that in my work, it is commonplace, not just to catch someone, but to also say, you know what, buddy, you didn't do what you were accused of. And so it's not a gotcha thing. In my experience, that's not what it is about. I think we're going to, in the future, have to have some real discussions about how we assure parents that what we say is happening in the schools is actually happening. And so I don't have the concern with respect to civil liberties. I would be the first to stand up if I felt that my child was being abused. But if something was happening in that hallway and we needed to see it, I'm perfectly comfortable having a camera to help us figure out how to correct that. And so I think it helps to protect our employees. I think it helps to protect even our students. And so for that reason, I don't have the same concerns, although I understand the heart behind your comments, Ms. Schultz. With respect to staffing, as we shared comments tonight about our admiration of one another, I can truly say that this is a group of hardworking folks who is really doing their best to serve this community. But the fact of the matter is, we have a very engaged community. And they have very high expectations of us in this role that is called part-time, which I think is something that should be discussed on Saturday Night Live. But the fact of the matter is, we are working really hard to do not just a good job, but an excellent job, right? I mean, nothing breaks my heart more than to receive some of the letters like I did this week after some of the incidents that we've had to deal with. And we need the support. Our staff is doing what they can to support us, but the fact of the matter is, we are our own entity. And we are in the position to identify what the support should be. There is restructuring necessary. A lot of things happened during that recession period where lots of cuts took place, and the level of support that we really need to serve this community simply is not there. And so I won't belabor the point. I know that we're all tired, but I did feel passionately about this, and I wanted to recognize your arguments, Ms. Schultz, but I also wanted to submit another view. I do understand your point, but having worked in so many schools where I see the cameras, I just don't have the same level of fear. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this motion.
So I have a go back by Ms. Schultz, and then we'll call for the vote.
Yep, just briefly, the notion of protecting with what has transpired this week, and I don't need to belabor it, but the idea of protecting employees is not at the forefront of my mind. The idea is protecting minor children. And things that happen in classrooms won't be taped anyway. So we're only talking about the hallways. So this is the false sense of security, is that we're offering, well, you know, now we're going to put cameras and things will be more secure. Maybe you might catch something. The problem is, and I'm going to go back to data, meaningful data, and meaningful data in context. This board has never been presented a single report by staff of all the money that we invested of the taxpayers' money into the high schools about what those security cameras yielded, what happened in discipline, what was the discipline statistic before, what was the discipline statistic after, vandalism before, vandalism after. So we're making a decision based on feelings that we feel like things will be more secure when we don't have any information that is a strategic set of data that shows us why we should do this. And I want to know why, and maybe in January there will be, why there are not civil liberties advocates lining up to protect the rights of children from government onerous, government observation where there is no nexus that's been proved in this school district to security. I'm talking about security of children and children's rights.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Thank you for letting me respond. It is a security issue when we are concerned about the interaction of a child with our employees. And we have had employees, we have had information released in this community this very week where parents are asking questions of how we are supervising and how we are able to make sure that what we expect to be happening in our schools is actually happening. And so while I understand that we do most of our things in our classrooms, I've also talked to Dr. Brabrand about after-school activities and how these things need to be done in the open. And if it is in the open area where we have those cameras, that's an added security measure for our students and for our employees. And so I just wanted to, you know, kind of turn the diamond a little bit and have another perspective, because we really are moving. This is such an onerous burden on our community right now that I will say, Ms. Schultz, I have no objection to getting data. I am simply speaking from my experience, and I've been doing this for more than a decade, and cameras have been commonplace. In that perspective, I think that the presence of those cameras can also offer further reassurance, and we can provide guidance to our employees as they are dealing with these after-school activities, as they are tutoring students who want extra help. Certainly, these can happen in more common areas, and we have the additional eyes that would reassure our parents. And so that was the perspective that I was trying to bring forward.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Just briefly, because I do appreciate Ms. Schultz talking about how the importance of data and data in context and meaningful data in context. What we do know as a society is that when we put up red light cameras, when we put up speed cameras, that we do see human nature is people are going to slow down. It's not going to eliminate it entirely, but yes, people see the signs that say red light camera ahead. There's going to be speed cameras, pay attention. And so for the notion that for our employees and for our students to say, you know what, we have security cameras in place. We expect you to behave. We expect you to be behaving in a manner that is respectful and keeps everyone safe. Will it stop and deter everyone's behavior? No, not necessarily. But it does provide some safety precautions and deterrence for students and staff. And Ms. Schultz, in the end, as we talked about earlier tonight, when we are talking about restorative justice, if students do wrongdoing, it doesn't mean that suddenly we're going to throw them into the gulag. I mean, if we have security cameras, they pick up the students who are misbehaving, the restorative justice component is still there. We're still supposed to be doing that. But what worries me, Ms. Schultz, and why, again, I'm supportive of this is the thought that a single student could be misidentified. It takes one person to say, Johnny was in the hallway, Johnny's the one who did this. And the security cameras being able to say, that's not that kid on the video camera, that possibility is there. It same goes for the protection of employees. We get cases all the time where there's no video footage and it's who threw the first punch, who pushed into whom. And for again, The last thing I want is an employee to be falsely accused of striking a student, or that an employee did strike the student and no one believes the student's voice because it's a child. So I do recognize that this is not maybe as clear cut as we'd like it to be, but again, I have not heard concerns being raised by our families or our employees by doing it at the high school level. And I am not a safety and security expert, but our Office of Safety and Security Experts did say this would improve security.
So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. The motion before us is that the school board approve the revenue and expenditure changes reflected in the fiscal year 2020 mid-year budget review as detailed in the agenda item. All those in favor? So I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. Moon, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. McLaughlin, and Ms. Evans, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Those opposed, I have Ms. Schultz, Mr. McElveen, and Mr. Wilson. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Palchik for a follow-on motion.
I move that funding be identified either through capital or operational budgets to provide vestibules for enhanced security at all remaining FCPS schools. I further move that Dr. Brabrand or his designee identify a plan to accomplish this initiative over the next 3 years.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Second by Ms. Corbett-Sanders. Ms. Pelcher, you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, it's been a long night, so I'll try to be brief. First of all, I want to thank the parents at Freedom Hill Elementary School who formed the School Safety for Everyone Parent Committee and who have been advocating for this additional support, especially in our elementary schools. The vestibules, as some of you may have seen it at some of our schools that are now renovated or our new construction, we provide an additional level of security, an entrance door that leads you into the office where you check in, go through security in order to be able to enter the rest of our building. While we are moving forward in having all of our projects that are going to be renovated go through this, many schools, a little bit over 100, are not scheduled for that renovation in the next 5 years. And so this is an effort to try to move forward with this. The total funds for all of these schools is about $6.5 million. So the goal is to try to prioritize, especially our elementary schools. I know the 3 years is a little bit more ambitious than perhaps our facility staff thought would be able to be done expeditiously. So the goal is to try to do 3 years to focus on elementary schools, to provide that support for the schools as their parents and community come to the building. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions and would appreciate the support of my colleagues on this, this initiative, this request that came from the community.
Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon. And I want to thank Ms. Palchik for bringing this very important follow-on motion to us this evening. This is an important follow-on motion for a couple of reasons. One is because we know that there is increased anxiety over safety and security in our buildings. We have asked as a follow-on motion at a work session that the future CIPs actually incorporate a safety and security section in our CIPs, and I welcome that future work. However, in the interim, when we, with a relatively minor investment, are able to address the safety and security concerns and the angst of our parents, it seems like just a wise thing to do. And we do know that the vestibules are a proven safety measure that combats the caboosing of people going into schools. And I think that this is a very wise investment, so thank you. You have Ms. Hines and Ms.
Any other board member? Ms. Hines?
Yeah, thank you. And I wish I had more information about this, and I know it's late, so I just kind of throw it out there. In the past, I have heard that there is, I want to say, DOJ grant money for school security. And again, I'm just kind of stabbing in the dark, but I'll look it up and see if I can find it. I don't know if that rings a bell with anybody, but if there's grant money for this sort of thing, I think obviously we should try to go for it. So I'll try to find more information.
Mr. George?
Yeah, I sort of have a question for the maker of the motion. You referenced and you can answer it. You referenced $6.5 million. Is that from the security report, the security overview?
So I've been asking for additional information from our staff, and I don't know if someone's here this evening who can answer to it, but I've specifically been asking about the list of schools we received earlier this year that do not currently have the vestibules or are not expected to be on the renovation for 5 years.
And somebody was able to give you a $6.5 million estimate to do all the vestibules?
So that was, yes. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you want to.
That's okay. So my problem, so I actually fundamentally agree with this follow-on motion. I actually like it. I think it's the type of prioritization that this board should be giving directives to staff. The problem I have is that the whole board didn't get that information. And I don't know what the $6.5 million comprises. And I don't know what kind of enhancements we're talking about. Like, are there some priority enhancements that can be done immediately in terms of, like, could you put a set of double doors, for example? Could you just add, could you do an extension to have an extended entryway with a set of double doors? Are you talking a different kind of locks? Are you talking about directing? Like, I don't know what this means. And because it threw me that the first sentence said first identify the funding and then identify the plan. Like, to me, you would just, like, I think it's more appropriate to actually the second sentence, which is directing the superintendent to identify a plan to accomplish the objective in the next 3 years, and not have the first sentence, because how do you identify the money if you don't have a plan? And so I don't know what the plan means, because I don't know how you identify money without a plan. And I don't even know what they have identified and whether that's really what this board or the next board will want. The next board may want to do something other than whatever it is they've already identified. So I just think it's more appropriate in a follow-on motion that we just direct them to accomplish a plan to enhance the security of vestibules at all remaining FCPS schools within the next 3 years. That's just a much more clean, and I don't know, I'm not going to get into amending your motion if you want to amend your own motion, but I just think that this is backwards, puts one thing before the other, and especially since the rest of the board doesn't have that kind of information. But this is more strategic, at least the concept that's behind it.
Ms. Patrick, would you like to respond?
I'd be happy to respond. So I hear what you're saying, Ms. Schultz. I have been trying for quite some time now, and I believe this may have been a response from the October 29th work session is what I'm working off of. And I think the concern from the parent community was that in the changing of the board, the work that's been done over the past year and a half, a plan sounds great, but I wanted to make sure that the plan was going to be funded, that it's going to be done expeditiously, and that it's going to be done equitably. Because there was also a concern originally at one school where parent community said, well, we can raise the funds, why don't we just do it ourselves, right? And so I want to make sure that we're not in a situation where schools that are able to raise those funds are getting vestibules, but others are not. So to me, it was important as we step off this board. I've been asking for some time of the list of schools and the cost per elementary school, middle school, high school. I think it's taken some time because every school is different. And so they've been evaluating, in some schools, the cost is, going to be different because of the structure of the school. So I understand where you're coming from. I would prefer to keep that in there because I just want to make sure, that there's a plan with funding sources that comes forward. It could be, I was originally thought of it as this is a good place to use end of year funds or, it's one-time funding. But I think speaking with staff and with my colleagues, we said, well, let's make sure there is a plan and maybe the CIP is the best place and maybe end of year funds.
Just a very brief response to that. Like for me, the 600,000 that you're talking about putting in cameras, expedite it and turn it down from 3 years down to 2 years and make the vestibules more safe. That's the kind of strategic thinking.
Thank you.
Karen Kiskamara.
So I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Palchik. I was seeing this more as a place marker, right? To placeholder. Thank you. It's after 11. To build a plan, right? To make sure that we have some funds set aside to be able to address the issue that you've identified. But I would also anticipate that this would include a discussion, work session where staff, facilities would be bringing information, more clarification information for us before we actually approved any action. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely. And for me, it's I know they cannot do any of this work until the summer, so it's just a hope that the information, the cost, I had no idea how far the cost would go. I think when I saw $6.5 million over 3 years, it's about $2 million a year. Seems like reasonable cost for these efforts, and that yes, the plan is for this was the very first step. Wanted to get it in before we left this board. Is that staff will come back with the plan and now a better sense of the funding for that plan.
I have no problem. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other board member? If not, I call for the vote. The motion before us is, I move that funding be identified either through the capital or operational budgets to provide the vestibules for enhanced security at all remaining FCPS schools. Further move that Dr. Brebrand or his designee identify a plan to accomplish this initiative over the next 3 years. All those in favor of this motion, raise your hand. Strauss, Schultz, Hines, Pelchik, McElvin, Corbett Sanders, Moon, Karen Kiskamara, McLaughlin. Now vote is unanimous with Mr. Wilson supporting. Thank you. The motion passes.
I now call on Ms. Strauss for a motion on the Goal 3 Premier Workforce Report.
Thank you. I move that the school board approve the strategic plan Goal 3 Premier Workforce Report as detailed in the agenda item.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Ms. Hines. Ms. Strauss, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Yes, just very briefly. This is a report that is really in acceptance or a statement of current conditions based on the stated goals and metrics. In this particular report, they met the metrics targets for salaries being within 95 to 105% of market. That's for teacher salaries. That's for this current year. Not that we aren't trying to continue to improve salaries. Also met the target, the one-year target on retention for our employees to be above the national average. Clearly more work is required to improve our recruiting practices and recruiting a larger pool of teachers, and also to increase the overall diversity of our workforce, so more work to be done. I would like to thank Dr. Nixon and staff. There were a lot of questions by school board members after this report was briefed in a regular meeting. And in time for our work session on Monday, there was a great deal of information shared with the board, so that I think our discussion was very useful. There were further questions, and I note that those questions have been answered again. So I'm very grateful, because I know board members want to make sure that their questions are answered before they are asked to vote on something. So I urge my colleagues to accept this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. Ms. Hines?
No further comments, thank you.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin?
Just briefly, as I shared with the superintendent and the board members at our work session, I do appreciate the time and effort that's been put into these reports. I do have serious concerns that I don't believe they reflect a strategic focus on the things that we are hearing from our employees and even from our community about the biggest issues facing us with a premier workforce. I look forward to the new board joining us, and as Ms. Corbett-Sanders, you've noted often, we are going to expedite the review of metrics so that we can have a full discussion on what these reports should look like. I want to compliment Dr. Brabrand. You have been very receptive to my concerns about wanting to see more robust data and data analysis in these reports. Your collaborative approach to my input, I very much appreciate. And again, out of respect for staff as well, I would like for the board to get greater clarity. But my reputation of voting on this report is based on me saying that I think we've done what we were supposed to do with an annual report and being strategic on premier workforce, and I don't believe we're there yet.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Schultz?
I actually, I'm going to stand in support with Ms. McLaughlin on this one. I have legal questions about some of the goals that are in this report. I have concerns that this board hasn't necessarily articulated goals that are achievable. I don't think that we've necessarily requested, and this is not staff's fault, I think staff's done a better job on some of our follow-on next step questions about trying to get us information. I don't know that necessarily the board has completely asked the right questions, both in public session and in closed session. And I'm sure the next board will work on this, but I can't support this goal report as it stands.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Mr. McElveen?
Thank you. So my comment is not about this report specifically, but about the process that was followed this year. I found it very demanding on this board to go through all these goal reports in such a short amount of time while we were trying to finish up the work of this board, not completing forums, spending work session time when we could have been discussing more valuable things that were important to finishing out our term in a strong way. So it'll be up to the next board to figure out how to do this, but I did not find this to be a useful exercise.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Ms. McLaughlin?
Just a quick go back, because I was really proud of our board, both at the work session and at the presentation, that we asked a lot of in-depth questions, and staff worked extremely hard to come with responses to that. And yet this motion and what's before us doesn't capture all of the questions and the next steps that staff worked so hard to provide. And so when this goes into the record for the public to look at what we accepted and voted on, I think it misses the opportunity to show all the extra work that staff actually brought to this annual report. So I guess my question would be either to the clerk of the board or to Dr. Brabrand or to Mr. Smith, how do we really ensure that we're capturing all that hard work and valuable information? Because I know this was the initial report, but then the board asked for so much, so why couldn't we have just, or maybe I can just sit here right now and make the motion that I want it to be amended and put into the appendix all of the questions and next steps, so that this way anyone who references the report, it's all going to be there. And I think it will stand as a better report and be a better reflection of what Dr. Brabrand, you and your team did.
I'm not sure you even need to do an amendment. I think we can agree to just put it in the back in the appendices when we publish the report, and we'd be glad to do that.
Okay. Madam Chair, if that's, and I guess I would say, colleagues, if anybody has an objection, raise your hand to speak, but otherwise, Dr. Brabrand, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Mr. McElveen, you still have a light on. Okay. So do I have any other comments on this? No. So with that, I will call for the vote. The motion before us is that the school board approve the Strategic Plan Goal 3 Premier Workforce Report as detailed in the agenda item to include the data that was provided in the work session in response to people's questions and follow-on. All those in favor? So I have Ms. Strauss, Ms. Hines, Ms. Palchik, Mr. McElveen, Mr. Moon, and Ms. Evans. Those opposed, Ms. Schultz and Ms. McLaughlin. Those abstaining, Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Mr. Wilson away from the table. That motion carries. I now call on Ms. Evans for a motion on the Governance Committee recommended revisions to the Strategic Governance Manual.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the board accept the Governance Committee recommended revisions to the Strategic Governance Manual.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Evans, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. This has been a project of the Governance Committee for some time, and first of all, I do want to thank Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Mr. Wilson for all of their yeoman's work on this. It was quite a task. If the board will recall, we had a work session recently in which we made some further revisions, and those further revisions are reflected in the document that has been posted. I do want to point out that what's there now refers to the forum topic. The governance manual does not change what we're doing with the forum topic, and actually that probably should be removed from the informational piece of this. There are several things that we are asking the new board to do. One of them is to consider the recommendation on the forum topic that was brought from governance. Another is the citizen participation piece that the Public Engagement Committee has brought forward. This board hasn't discussed that, so that's also going to be put forward to the next board. And then there's some other references where we believe that CPDC should take another look at the boundaries, and PEC should look at electronic media, social media and electronic media. So with that, I believe that we have made significant improvements. We have updated this. We've added the strategic plan in here, and some of it's updating, some of it was cleaning some things up. We made some decisions at the work session the other day about how we wanted to move forward with some of the details. So I hope the board will adopt the revisions.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. McLaughlin, would you like to speak to your second?
Only briefly to just express my public appreciation for Ms. Evans as our governance chair. While I did work with her extensively on going through this documents, Ms. Evans, for most of you may not be aware, she took all of our edits after she, of course, did probably 75% of the edits, but she brought them home, she inputted them in, and this is an extensive document, and I do believe it will better position the incoming board with the updates and the work. But as was noted earlier, Ms. Evans is a dogged individual when she wants to see something done, and the three of us on governance committee weren't quite sure it could really happen, but Sandy, you were just incredible, and I will make sure that the incoming board knows that we have a much better strategic governance manual because of your tireless commitment to get this done. So thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Strauss?
Thank you. I also want to thank the Governance Committee and Ms. Evans in particular. This was work that needed to be done and needed to be done before the next board comes in. I also agree with your recommendation that some of the suggested changes be left for the next board to decide. So again, this is a huge task and much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. Ms. Schultz?
So I just have a couple of technical questions because I think that this is a document with which the governance committee is most familiar. We haven't sort of had a public walkthrough of the whole thing, and I know that you've done yeoman's work on this. I wanted to ask specifically on the public engagement piece. So you did not, because this was a much bantied about subject in particular. So none of the changes that this board contemplated are in the final governance manual cut, because it's sort of hard because it's only posted with the red and blue and not maybe in the final edit, and so I'm just trying to follow the language.
No, I understand, and that's an excellent question. So public engagement brought forward the new proposals on citizen participation, if that's the piece you're thinking of. And so we made the decision that at our work session, we just didn't have time to really give that the proper due. We had posted that piece for the work session, but I talked with both Mr. McElveen and Ms. Palchek, who had separately had been chair of PEC, and they agreed that really and truly that's something that the next board really needs to look at, because there are some significant changes and it would require significant conversation. So the current ones will stay in there for now, and then the proposals that PEC brought forward hopefully will be considered fairly quickly by the new board.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that. I'm pleased with that because that's something I've heard a lot from the community about, because those were posted at some point and we've talked about that, and most of what I've heard was very viscerally negative about it as perceived changes to limit public engagement. So I'm glad to hear that that's not a part of this. The other question I have, and you made mention of it at the beginning, is the way this is phrased at the beginning about the forum. So does that basically have nothing to do with the post? I mean, I agree with the concept, and I think members should just be able to bring something up at the board table. That's actually the way parliamentary procedure works, and it should be incorporated, and it is how boards govern themselves. And the forum actually is sort of out of sync with parliamentary procedure and Robert's rules. But this is not actually contemplated in the governance manual either?
Not at this time. The governance committee has recommended that we embed the forum into the regular board meeting, and that we put some parameters on it as well. We suggested that up to 2 topics and up to 30 minutes per topic, because we understand the desire for the board meetings not to go, even longer. So our thinking was that if you did 1 or 2 at each regular board meeting, it could be limited. It wouldn't necessarily add that much, and then we could get through it every time, as opposed to having the forums squeezed out by our closed meeting.
So I'm just going to publicly say that I support and hope that the successive board adopts this, because actually the forum was an artificial barrier to actually getting the work of the board done, and I think this is a smart way to actually follow parliamentary procedure and embed Robert's rules into what we do, and how they decide to govern themselves will be up to them. But I think that this is a smart decision. So as long as those 2 things aren't actually in here, because I couldn't figure it out from the way it's posted, then I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond briefly.
Yes, Ms. Evans, go ahead.
And you're absolutely right. We probably should remove that piece at the top that talks about the rationale, because it suggests that we are including it in here and we are not. I will say, as one board member, I do support the direction. Ms. McLaughlin had brought this forward some time ago. I do think that it's better for transparency that if it comes as part of the board meeting and it's recorded as it is here, but that's something that the next board really has to grapple with. So we did not include that here.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. I have Mr. McElveen.
Thank you, and I want to echo the grateful remarks toward Ms. Evans and the Governance Committee on doing this work. Question for the maker of the motion, and I think you can guess what I'm going to be asking about. I departed our work session 10 minutes early a little while back when we were discussing this issue, and I missed the discussion on the SAGs. So can you tell me what the status of the SAGs is currently?
So yes, I apologize that we didn't get to that at the work session before you had to leave for an event. What was discussed at the work session was that the SAGs are going to become part of an appendix. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that. No, I guess that's pretty straightforward, that it would be part of an appendix, even though it does not show up here. You know, that is on the record as part of our work session, that was the intention, even though it's been removed from the body. And I believe I wrote you an email after the fact to see if that was something that would be acceptable to you, or if you wanted to make an amendment on that.
So, for all intents and purposes, the SAGs are still in effect for the system.
They're included in.
Well, I think the idea was that it would go into an appendix as historical.
Okay. I mean, I do have a problem with that because I do think I don't think we've ever taken action except for what we're potentially doing tonight to remove them. So I would view this as eliminating the SAGs, which I don't anticipate was your intent, but I think that's the effect of it. I think that's the effect of what we're doing. I don't think you had that intent, but I think that's what this effectively does.
Well, because it was removed from the body, and I think we have somewhat different recollections. I mean, my recollection of how it was described when we originally developed the strategic plan and the metrics for that, the goal reports, that the idea was, at least as it was described at the time, that the goal reports and the metrics would, in essence, replace the SAGs. But I guess that's a conversation we can have now.
Right, and I mean, I think just for the public's information, in 2006, we developed 3 student achievement goals. The first of which is student achievement, the second is essential life skills, and the third is responsibility to community and the world, which this board added to that. So I still see our system as aspiring to and for the most part meeting those goals. So I don't think I think it's a way to communicate to the community what differentiates us from other systems. We don't just focus on academics, we focus on the whole child and community.
So I guess what I would suggest, if you wanted to put something forward, because we don't measure those anymore, you know, we have the new strategic plan and the goal reports, it could be treated in the appendix, the way it's labeled in the appendix could be different.
I would be happy with that as long as it's not considered historical, as long as we are not effectively killing the SAGs. Yeah.
So I guess that, again, that's a question for the board, whether they want to consider those historical or still in effect but just not measured.
Mr. McElveen, did you want to respond to that?
I would support having them remain in effect but not be measured.
Okay. Ms. Evans, did you want to respond to that?
I think that would So you're making an amendment to that effect?
As much as I don't want to, yes.
Okay. Then I guess the question would be whether there's a second for that approach?
Do you have specific language you want to suggest, Mr. McElveen?
I would, I mean, I would like just to keep them as they were.
What if the
perhaps we
appendix,
just
what
keep
if the appendix simply had them there without describing it and just reported that these are strategic goals and here's, it's in the appendix?
Can I ask the clerk, if it's in the appendix, does that automatically make it historic? Okay. Then that's fine with me.
So do you have a second for the amendment to?
To strip any language identifying it as historic. Yeah.
Can I clarify for Ms. Evans? Just given the time, and I just want to know, does the word historical show up in the governance document?
This hasn't been added yet, so Madam Clerk is planning to put this into an appendix when some of this obviously is we're going to have to get a clean copy of it. So, Madam Clerk, did you want to? No. Okay.
So if we listen to this conversation, just because we move it into the appendix, we don't have to add historical in at all.
We don't. We don't have to add anything to it.
We'll keep the original interpretation of the board, which is to
Right.
say that they are still in effect but not measured.
Right. So we can simply, we don't even have to say that. We can say, you know, here are the strategic, the student achievement goals in the appendix without further explanation.
Okay. So that doesn't even require an amendment because okay. So I have Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Mr. Moon.
I just wanted to mention, because we had a much broader discussion, and I know we talked about the child abuse reporting, and we had some extensive revisions to that, but that is not included in here. And so I just wanted my colleagues to know that that is separate and apart. We've made significant progress, but that would be discussed before we finalized it.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a couple of points. But before I make those points, I want to thank Ms. Evans once again, just like other colleagues of mine, having put in yeoman's work into making this happen at our last meeting together. And I want to thank you for your leadership along with the other governance committee members. So I'll be supporting this, revise a governance manual. As far as Mr. McElveen's concerned, I believe that the elements of the student achievement goals, they are all embedded, incorporated into our new strategic plan, and so that they are basically being measured on the new strategic plan, and they are being work of the previous board to come up with the student achievement goals, and I was definitely a part of that. Will be still honored by the next board. That's how I see it. And another point that I want to make is I have been contacted by a couple of members from ACE Advisory Committee. ACE Advisory Committee, as I mentioned to you at the last work session, is currently looking at making a recommendation to the next board for expansion of its membership. They weren't quite ready with the finalized recommendations, but they are expecting to have those recommendations to be ready by sometime February, and might be looking at whoever the board liaison might be at that time for advocacy on behalf of the ACE Advisory Committee. So those 4 returning board members and 8 new board members, I want to give you a heads up that that's going to come from ACE Advisory Committee.
Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Moon. Ms. Hines.
Yeah, thank you. Not to belabor the SAGS question, I hope, too much, but I do think, it sounds like what we're settling on is that they will be in the appendix, and we won't really describe in that appendix what they are, or, you know, so I just hope, and I don't want to propose an amendment, but I hope that we give the next board a little clarity, maybe from our conversation here tonight.
Absolutely.
About that, you know, the student achievement goals are goals that we used to have measured and reported on to the board, but that we have switched to our strategic plan as the goals and measures that we get reports on, you know, because I just wouldn't want there to be any confusion for 8 of the incoming board members or the community, because I think we've worked really hard on the strategic plan and those goals and measures. And so while I understand that, Mr. McElvain, that you want to make sure they're still in there, I do want us to be clear about that. Even if we don't call them historic, they're sort of, they're background information at this point. They're not actually strategic goals that we measure at this point. So.
She's correct. Thank you, Ms. Hines. And with that, I will call for the vote. The motion before us is that the school board approve the governance committee, before us, the school board approve this governance committee recommended revisions to the strategic governance manual. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. The motion passes. So I want to give personal thanks to the governance committee and to Sandy Evans in particular, who have all dedicated the majority of the last year to updating our strategic governance manual. So thank you very much. I also want to make sure people understand that this is a living document designed to assist the board in its self-governance. And with the new board commencing in January, we know that there may be additional edits forthcoming. So thank you for your excellent work on this. And with that, we've come to the consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. Item 4.01, approve the minutes of the October 24, 2019 regular school board meeting. Item 4.02, authorize staff to negotiate professional service contracts with selected firms for architectural design of capital construction projects, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute, deliver, and administer contracts on behalf of the school board. Item 4.03, award the contract for the rooftop unit and condensing unit replacements at Bull Run Elementary School to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Boiler and Furnace Cleaners, Inc., Hurley Company Division, in the amount of $348,000, and to authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. Item 4.04, confirm the separations for the period beginning November 1st, 2019 and ending November 30th, 2019. Item 4.05, appoint individuals to serve on committees as detailed in the agenda item. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. New business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 5.01, approve the fiscal year 2021-2025 capital improvement program. 5.02, award the contract for the tennis court repairs at Hayfield Secondary School to ATC Corp. In the amount of $290,738.20, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of Facilities and Transportation Services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. Item 5.03, confirm committee liaison and assignments as detailed in the agenda item. I now call on Dr. Brabrand for superintendent matters.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. I want to make a couple quick comments. I do have a bit of a cold, so I apologize for my voice. I do want you to know it has been a challenging week for Fairfax County Public Schools. There are some incidences that we've shared with the public that are concerning to me, and I want you to know we remain determined to do all we can to protect our children in our care every day in Fairfax County. I do want to recognize, as some even did tonight, that the overwhelming majority of our staff do what's right every day to support our kids. But we do need to do more, and we will in the months ahead. I also just want to mention, as we're talking about the end of the year and giving back, that the Paul's class at Kilmer Middle had a service project. Cheryl Jones's class made mats for homeless veterans, providing them a weatherproof barrier against the cold. They made it out of donations from plastic grocery bags. Each mat requires 700 to 800 bags, and it takes 6 to 8 hours to weave. And the finished mats were given to Homeless Hope to provide supplies to homeless individuals living in D.C. So Kilmer really did something amazing. Talk about responsibility to the community, really being embedded. And I also want to let you know, on behalf of Bill Curran, Francisco Duran, and myself, and all of our leadership team, the 8 outgoing board members, you all have gone to so many activities in athletics. And so tonight, with the power vested in me, you all will receive an annual FCPS pass for activities in athletics for life.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a lot of years. That's a lot of...
I think, Ms. Strauss, you've probably been to more plays than any school board member in the history of Fairfax County's 149 years.
Many more to go.
And Mr. Moon, you've been at more athletic events. And Ryan has the record for graduations. But the bottom line is you will get an annual pass for life, and we hope to see you at many things in the years ahead. And finally, I just want to say, tonight was a gift to be here. I've had a lot of board meetings in my almost 3 years now. This was a gift to the community to hear your conversations to each other. It was a gift for us to be able to hear what you shared. And I think it's a gift to the next board that you've set the tone and the table for the partnership that I think is going to take a very good school system that is still willing to acknowledge where it's not as good as it needs to be and how it can get better through constructive partnerships. So thank you. I applaud all of you, those returning and those leaving. And my thoughts and prayers from my family are with your families for this season and for the year ahead in 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Now for board committee reports. Ms. Evans, do you have an update for the governance committee?
I do, and this is very anticlimactic, but I need to tell the board, as Ms. Keys-Gamarra mentioned, we are working on policy 2115, child abuse reporting. We are almost completed with our work. The superintendent is going to bring us back a couple of sentence changes, and then I've been authorized to, with the governance committee members are going to review it, and then we will send it to you to put on the agenda in a work session. Obviously not this board, but it will be coming to you soon. We also asked for more detail on policy 2350, social work services. We also reviewed student safety, policy 2110. We also asked for a few minor revisions, and then we have a couple of policies held over for the new board.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next on the agenda is board matters, and I call on Ms. Evans.
I just want to say what an honor and a privilege it has been to serve in this position, and how deeply grateful I am for all of the members of this board, for the superintendent, for leadership team. I will miss all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Mr. Wilson.
I knew I'd given her the Term of Tenacity Award for good reason. Tonight she proved it. I've said thank you to all of you and reiterate that now. Having said that, Merry Christmas to all, and to all, good night.
Ms. McLaughlin.
So I promised to make this quick, but we all didn't get to speak to the outgoing board members, so I do want to say from the bottom of my heart, for those who are departing, thank you for your tremendous love and dedication for the school system. It is something I will carry in my heart because I know what it takes to do this job, and you've all given it so much of your time and effort and away from your families as a result. But I do have one thing for my Ivy League rival, Mr. Moon, that I needed to present to him. That is a Harvard coffee mug filled with chocolate, because I will miss our rivalry bets that we always have when Harvard plays Penn, whether it's football or basketball. And I know that anytime I would ever travel anywhere, Mr. Moon always said, "What are you bringing me back?" And so and it usually had to do with food. So I hope you enjoy the dark chocolate and the coffee mug, and know that I will certainly continue to enjoy our rivalry even beyond the board. Thank you so much, Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I will just echo those sentiments and truly appreciate the opportunity to work with each and every one of you. Just one bit of business. I'm not even going to look at my calendar and talk about where I've been, but I did send out a forum topic that Ms. Corbett-Sanders and I put together, and we both felt that this was really important in light of this week's reports and the concerns that have been raised in the special education community. And I just wanted to let them know that the audit committee has been focused in receiving information that does directly impact the special education community. And so the forum topic is a way to tie those concerns into an investigation led by our Auditor General to help us to improve some of the, address some of the concerns that our community has been bringing to our attention. I won't go into those details, but I did want the community to know how concerned we are, and that we're not just making a statement, but there is some action in place, and we'll be following up on that with the new board. And with that, I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Merry everything. Have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank my district school board member for such thoughtful gift. But I want to set the record straight that Harvard does have a better basketball and football team, and football team as well. So, it's not truly a rivalry, because we do have a better team. So with that set aside, I was happy to represent my colleagues on the board last Saturday down in Hampton, Virginia, cheering for South County High School beating Oscar Smith.
Stallion Nation.
Absolutely, congratulations, Stallions being a Class 6A state champion.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Mr. McElveen.
So does everyone want to close off this meeting with a debrief? I just want to echo my colleagues in saying this was a special night. So thank you to everyone. Best wishes for the holiday, and hopefully we will cross paths in the next decade.
Ms. Palchik.
Thank you all, and please don't be strangers. Come and visit me, Providence Community Center. Look forward to working with you.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Ms. Schultz.
I do just want to say thank you to the people that you don't know, that if you're watching this, if you're still watching this, who make this meeting happen. You're in the booth, you're in the truck, you're keeping us safe. And then tonight, I believe we had some special food nutrition services people and some support staff who put together a very nice reception for us. I don't know that you get the thanks that you deserve, because without you, these meetings don't happen. I'm sorry that we've done it to you again, and it's a post-midnight meeting, and good luck to the next board, who I've heard wants to end meetings at 9 or 10. I look forward to seeing how you accomplish that, but most of all, to all the people in the Springfield district and beyond, who I've had the pleasure to serve and help and listen to and cry with and be a part of your lives for the better part of a decade. I am grateful. I'm grateful for everything that you've done and the opportunity to serve you.
Ms. Strauss.
I want to thank the school board office, who made today possible. All the wonderful plans. Yes. It all came off very well. We were very appreciative, and you are long-suffering. Thank you all very much, and thank you to the people in the booth, in the truck, our security people. Thank you, Dr. Brabrand, for your very kind comments about listening to us tonight. Thank you, all of my colleagues. You're wonderful. It is always from the heart that everybody asks. Sigh. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Winter Solstice, and we'll all watch each other, and good luck to the next board. They are also coming in with a good heart, and I think they're revved up and ready to go. So good night, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. And with that, I wish all of my colleagues great joy and prosperity in 2020, and it is truly an honor and a pleasure to serve with each and every one of you. I wish you Godspeed, and I wish you a wonderful holiday season. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.
Eileen, can we take our nameplates? And no, and also the photos in Gatehouse.